What is up, guys? Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are doing well. Make sure this thing's on. Microphone check. It's lunchtime for most of us. For some of us, we're getting into the happy hour. For others, you guys are just waking up to me, West Coast. So, again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. Thank you to all the members, subscribers, moderators, and chat. Thank you guys for being here. Let's talk about it. So, yes, totally, you guys. This weekend, I will be, editing 2 of the videos that drop for Sunday and Monday to do with the Moscow murders. I will also be teaching myself some new stuff. So, bear with me. Again, hello to all of you guys. There should be sound. Do you guys have sound? Yes, I do believe it's the best way to learn. Who needs a guide? Okay, who needs a guide? Yeah, what's up, Lunch Bunch Munch? I left out the last part, but when I know that some of you guys can hear, then I just tell the rest of you guys to step up your game. When I say that I didn't know where to look, because I got main menu here, and then 2 new monitors. Thank God they're not touchscreen, because my ass would touch it and like mess it all up. So I haven't used a regular mouse in a long time, so I get to use a mouse again. But new cameras, got a dash cam. What else? I already have a GoPro. I already have a camera and stuff like that, but drone, just getting everything ready for I'll be doing trips to Pennsylvania, trips to Indiana, and trips out to Idaho. So I want to make sure that we have everything ready. And then, guys, I'm going to have a big projection whiteboard. So we'll see how this works, this new technology. I got a guy that's an IT guy, and I told him I'd give him like pizza and beer and like hang out with him for like a couple hours while he like hooked me up. So a lot of you guys were asking, hey, we tried to donate to your wish list on Amazon, but my address wasn't on there. You guys, that's like, I'll fix that. But thank you guys for those that like said that even wanted to donate to it. I'm going to have a, it's going to be a $1 Amazon gift card. So even if you just go on there and if you buy the $1, just, because everything that, all of this stuff was from, funds and stuff that were donated through like super chats and stuff like that. And so, I want to make it the best experience. I like to learn. So I've learned, take myself from like binders. I mean, I like to have all my stuff. I'll always have binders because that's the type of learner I am. But for someone to say, Alana, you have like a studio, a tech studio, I laugh because that's just not me. So I am taking a trip to Florida. I was able to get, if you guys go online right now, those of you guys that like to travel, for $106, you can like round trip. That's like less than it would cost me to put in my gas tank to go, from here to Cleveland, back and forth. But for $106, you can fly round trip to Miami/Fort Lauderdale airport and go hang out. So I think for my birthday week, I'm gonna get out of here and do some filming there for upcoming productions. That's funny. If Lana was a singer, binders and whiteboards, that would be her band name. Huh? Snap back some facts. So, but the bottom line is that I want to be able to take my brain and my efforts with research and all that, and be able to put the best production out there for you guys to be able to enjoy. So that's the that was the thought process behind it. So that's what it goes to. Um, I think that 1122 King Road, a fence. You guys, why do we put up a fence? Logic. What's logic tell you? Stay the fuck out. So there's a fence up to keep people out. Period. That's what a fence is for. You ain't welcome here. Oh my God, stay with me. Stay with me. So I'm doing a behind the scenes today at 5. I'm going to be over on J for Justice for a little bit, doing some rumor question calling stuff. Been talking with Jay a little bit. We're thinking about doing like either like a Monday or a Friday weekly show together. So wanted to tell you guys about that. It'd be like a call-in show. It'd be like a true like morning roundup, morning kick off the week. So a couple things I wanted to address, some house addresses here. Everything that you guys see on my community page, it's really important that I put this out here. When I come across things that I think A, they're factual, and B, they have some type of relevance to the case, I will put them in a way it's to go on here and have some reading material. So for example, when you come over to my community page, when you go to the channel, you hit the community tab right here. And when you do that, like, so I did an update with the Delphi, Indiana case 2 days ago. When you actually hit, make sure that you guys can see that still. Okay. It's when you guys actually touch the picture, it'll complete it all. And then underneath it, obviously the comments. For the most part, guys, I have no problem keeping comments up there. I don't care if you ever disagree with me. In fact, when you always agree with somebody, then one of you guys is lying. That's my take on that. So you can always have a difference of opinion. Just be polite about it. But I don't delete things because of differences of opinion. That's the last thing I do. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. So that's what this is. Now, let's see if I back up. All right, it takes me back here. Okay. So yeah, here's my community page. And I want to start in order. So I don't think enough attention goes out to, obviously, I always cover cases. This is the first case, the Idaho case, that I ever covered like in real time that was like popular. So there's a special needs woman that I wanted to share missing. 4 feet 9 inches, Candace. So $12,500 reward for information that leads to locating her. There's a number and everything like that for you guys. Last seen wearing glasses, blue metal frame, purple t-shirt, orange shorts with flower design, and purple and blue sneakers on Saturday, July 16th, near the intersection of PA 285 and McMichael Road. So again, Pennsylvania. So thank you guys. Always, you can hit this little arrow button. I'll make sure you guys can still see that. If you hit that little arrow button, you can actually share it yourselves. So feel free to, when you hit this arrow button, you can actually like share the post. So that's what that's all about. Again, this is just true crime lunch brunch. What else we got here? Something that, boom. How crazy is this? I mean, how many white Elantras are on posters in this area? So seeking information, there's a $25,000 reward, and it was for a person. It looked like an alcohol bottle of some sort that they had something in it, lit it on fire and threw it. And this is the Oregon Right to Life building. There was an arson. May 8th, 2022. Reward the FBI. The FBI. This is the FBI. Reward up to $25,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the suspect or suspects responsible for this crime. Again, this was May 8th, 2022. Just, a handful of months before the Idaho murders. Again, a white Elantra. Now, in the description, investigators believe that the suspect may have been driving a white sedan, possibly a 2017 to 2018 Hyundai Elantra. The reason I wanted to show this, obviously because of the area, but also they're pegging this as a 2017 to 2018. I'm curious as to why. And I'm curious to the FBI agent that did it, as to say, hey, we believe this is a 2017, 2018 versus like a 2015. So, again, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Portland field office is asking for the public's help in identifying the individual responsible. There's an address of where the building is located. A glow could be seen on the security footage that was determined to be flames from the cocktail thrown at the building. Shortly after, the individual was observed running back to the vehicle. So, opinions are like, yeah, gotta love it, right? So again, these are everything that's on the community page. It could be a follow-up to something that I've already talked about. It could be something that I haven't even talked about yet, but wanted to get out some of the information. And then obviously you have the right to share it, like it. You like it like that. You thumbs down it if you like that. And then you press this share button if you want to share the information. I'm going to like the information. I think it's good information. I think, whoa, white Elantras, what's up? Again, go to the community tab. Let's take a look here. Follow the money. This was posted 22 hours ago. $127.5 million, guys. 491 transactions. That's what caught my attention, was from 491 transactions. And so if you actually look through this, Idaho, 126.92 mil. So 99.52% of this money, it went to Idaho. New Mexico got 316,000 of it. Montana, California, Alaska. Okay. I was like, wait, what? So Department of Agriculture, Natural Science, Department of Education, Department of Health. But then I want to, these were the names. Like, if you actually scroll down, you can get more. But this is just a sample of like University of Idaho, University of Chicago, University of Idaho, University of Idaho, U of ID, Small Business Administration. 56.8 million from 294 transactions. And look at this. So for the year, this would be like 08, 09, 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that's 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. You guys see that? So there's nothing going on up until you get to 2018. A little bit in 2017. You guys see that? So I was interested in the fact that, okay, no money, no money, no money, money, boom, money, 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 just recently. Well, what is this? Things like that. And do I have all the answers? No, I just follow the money. When somebody would send me an email, when somebody would send, you know, if I'm reading something. So all I'm doing is the community posts are, it's just simply I'm providing information that's facts, and or follow up to what I've ever said. So check this out. I was interested in, oh, I just thought that was crazy. The woman accused of killing her boyfriend attacks her attorney. If you guys haven't seen that, again, just wow. Obviously, this came out a couple nights ago. Ashley Banfield talking about who the 911 caller is, saying that it was Ethan's best friend. Well, is that according to the best friend that says that Ethan was their best friend, or was it, actually who Ethan would say his best friend is? Again, that's what all of these messages are about. And as far as Delphi goes, that is about extending the time of when that bail hearing would be. If you guys know anything about Indiana law, which at the time I didn't, learned it, the bail hearing is like a mini trial. So you can get a lot of information out. You can find out a lot about the hands of the prosecutors, things like that. So both sides agreed that more time would be needed. So that's what that's about. But in Indiana, a bail hearing, you can use it as a chance for a mini trial. So something that I thought was interesting. So when you get denied bail, you want that bail hearing, get that mini trial, see what cards are against you, see what's going on. Great question there. Sorry, just taking a look over here at chat. Why wasn't the DoorDash vehicle not identified by the affidavit? Well, the affidavit is for the arrest of Brian Kohlberger. It's not necessarily like, but I think that goes hand in hand. So like this arrest, the arrest affidavit is. Let me give it out my. Everything is color coordinated around here. Brian Kohlberger's file is red. But in all of this is for us to arrest Brian Kohlberger. We don't have to put that in there to arrest him. But now the defense wants to know what that is, and that's going to be in discovery. I did a couple more samples of DoorDash with, great question, by the way. Great question. I did a couple samples of DoorDash this past week to test some more theories or possibilities as far as who made the DoorDash call, when it would be dropped off, if there would be a picture, did you hand it to somebody, things like that. And I made sure all my lights were off in the house when I did this late at night, and I called at 2:30 in the morning. And when I did it, again, made sure everything was off. That way it would look like nobody was home, because I wanted to see if, okay, like, what are they going to do? Did my doorbell get rang? Absolutely not. It did not ring at all. All I got was my text message with the notification, and it was a picture of the food sitting there. So, again, no doorbell rang, nothing like that. And it was just a picture. So, also, did the DoorDash come to the police, or did the police go and actually find the DoorDash? So that'll be interesting. I believe it was the DoorDash person came to the police. That's just my personal opinion. Oh, look at that. What? What else we got in this fun bunch? Prayers going out again. Michigan State. Okay, here we go. I simply asked who Xana was with. That was me inquiring, you know. Somebody said that they didn't go as dates. This was the fall formal. That's not true at all. I just zoomed in. Everybody seen here. There's more girls. There's 2 girls to the left, 2 girls to the right. Everybody is there with a date. And I was just curious because this was the fall formal of 2022. Ethan and Xana began dating in the spring of 2022. Okay. Oh, did somebody give out gift memberships? We will be discussing the spandex suit. I got you there, Mandy Joe. The other thing I want to talk about was, could Brian Colbert have been an Uber driver? You know, he put on some miles on his car. Could he have been an Uber driver? Absolutely. We don't know what he did to make extra money. So if he's in the area and if he's peeing off towers and stuff like that, is it because he was door dashing in the area? Again, these are all unknowns. So the whole pinging off of this one cell tower that an area used is that's where I want to. You guys want to talk about reaching? That's reaching to say that he was in the Moscow area 12 different times, and it was off of a cell tower. His phone was the same cell tower that the girls' house would use. Well, so would however many other houses. You know, it's just like, you want to talk about a reach, like that to me is a reach. So let's see. What else here? Thought it was interesting, the white shoes with the black. You know, back in the day, we'd be like, the heck? We're saving that for last. Oh, people went people went crazy over this post, which I was like, God, it's just a public document. It's a law. It's a lawsuit, and rightfully so, in my opinion. This was about, look at 164 comments about the hoodie guy's dad was fired for COVID violations. He sued for wrongful termination in February of 2022. Here are the first 5 pages of 7. Only reason I left the 2 other pages is because I wanted to give something to my members. They pay for membership. Here, have the last 2 pages. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to go get the copy that I just looked up, you know. Nothing but them facts. You would have thought that this really blew people away. And it's like, I'm not on some wild, this is just literally a document. Wow. And I was interested in it because I had no idea about it. We got a guy that's, you know, supposedly have flown his son to Africa and did all this crazy stuff to help him elude law enforcement, or that he's in cahoots with them and he's a big donor. Anybody that's a big donor, anybody that has ties and pulls, you're not getting fired. Okay. And here he got fired. So I was just like, wow, like, what type of influencer are you in the community that you're getting fired? So I thought that was, you know, more like just my way of came across something, thought it was interesting. Here you go. You don't like it, move on. If it's, you don't want to read it, but a lot of uncertain times during COVID. And I think a lot of people, yeah, if you didn't get a shot, you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that. But doesn't that impede against our rights? So again, it was just interesting. Yeah, I think it's crap that, like I said, I wrote in my own comments, and I said, I think that he should fight this. I don't think that he should have gotten fired. That's, again, my opinion. Again, I welcome all of you guys to your opinion. But to make something more out of it than it was just like, okay, well. Now, while TNT was doing some research on outfits that would be considered clad black bodysuits, and I added the bodysuit because if you're clad in all black, I mean, what are you in? You could be in a bodysuit. It doesn't say that you can't be. I mean, how about Payne? Do a little better of asking your witness what she saw. Was he wearing jeans? Was he wearing, spandex? He was in black. What was it, like a black sweater, a Michael Jordan swoosh sign? I mean, no, it was just all black. Black bottoms as well. Everything was black. I don't know. I don't know what he was. I don't know that. Well, so we were just looking up different things that not only could you be wearing, but what would be like, we're talking about somebody that would be really, really bloody. Okay. And the reason I had to put this please comment sign up, guys, is because this is a sexual bodysuit. You can buy this at the Pullman New Sex store. And it is a complete body, but you see that lip part right there? People are like, oh, your lips, they don't have the same lips. They're not as full, blah, blah, blah. Well, when you're being pushed up, like something that'd be pushed up against you, even like a ski mask that's tight, it's going to change like the form of your face. And I kind of wanted that part to be in there. So I left that part of the lip because it looks like a thicker lip. Again, this is just me. But this right here had to be covered up because, you guys, there's a big hole there. This is like a whips and chains excites me. Now, come on. Like, yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that, but this is like a sexual, yeah. But it's, I've never worn one. And no, guys, I don't plan on doing a reenactment with this on. But I just thought about it. I'm like, well, if you think that somebody went through he's a criminology student and he knows this and he knows that, well, then he would know what exactly. I bet you it's so easy to wipe blood off of it, water, anything. But how easy is it to get out of? I have no idea. Who zips you up in that? Somebody would have to zip you up. That's an S&M suit. Yeah, exactly. So the wetsuits that you put on, people have brought that up. Like, well, do you think you can wear in a wetsuit? You guys, those are a BITCH to put on. Okay, I grew up boats, jet skis. When you put a wetsuit on, okay, a dry suit, like, talk about just like, those are the worst. But yes, exactly. Very, very hard to get on and off. I feel as much as you think it's not going to be a mess when it's all said and done, it is. I mean, unless someone's cutting you out of that, who's helping you get out of that? Yeah, I think leggings are bad enough. I agree. It looks very restricting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never worn one. Has anybody, worn one in the audience? Thank you there for the new membership. Welcome to home team there, Aubrey. Welcome. I mean, and I'm not going to lie. I thought about for a guy because they have a protruding area. But then, oh, wait, this has a hole for it. So I think that DM would have said that she saw that male part protruding out. I don't know. That it's actually a good idea. He could have cut himself out of it. Yeah, because he would have had a knife, right? Um, I think the zipping up part and how you got in it. I mean, is the zip in the front? You guys, I've never worn one. I'm still really curious of the reenactment of this sheath being where it was located. So, oh my God, I saw a male part. You guys like that though? But think about that. Yeah, that's why I had to cover that up though. It's literally, and they show you that it fits all sizes, guys. So get your man, round him up. Uncover it. Whose members are these, Lana? I don't know. See, TNT fam, home team fam, there's just no judgment here, you know? But yeah, I think the description would have been a little bit different. Unless it was maybe a black male, clad all black, even the prives. So anyways, lunchtime be wild. Yeah, who wants to eat now? Is Lana blushing? Never. I did like some of the comments though about saying that I doubt Dylan said the word clad. And I totally agree with that. Who gave the word clad? Prives. Yeah. What's this no spot? Is it a no square? Like what is that? What is that talk? Now come on. What the heck's going on here? That's interesting. That could explain why DM said he wasn't muscular. I agree. I thought that about clad as well. Like, whose choice was that? Exactly right. Older cop talk. Yeah. So, hold on one second. I was something else. The one who wrote the affidavit. Alpha David. Come over here, Alpha David. All right. So this is what the Moscow Police Department statement form looks like. And so I want to know how many there are. Like, are there? My guess there have to be one from Dylan, Bethany, possibly HJ, HC, MC, maybe the neighbor from the ring cam. Who gave the witness statements? Who gave them? Who gave the witness statements? So I want to see these that would be up, not typed up, but they'd be just written in your statement. So this was my sample one that I said, I'm curious. This is what I think it would look like. Crying and screaming around 4:30. I called all the roommates, didn't answer, fell asleep. I was drinking and smoking weed that night with friends, and I was out with friends. We went to a football game earlier. I think I went to bed around like 3 or 4 a.m. I can't remember. If I looked at my phone, I could tell last time that I was like posting something. I thought they were horse playing around. I don't know. It was like, then I woke up. I saw someone in a mask, but thought it was a friend of someone because they always um, play games on each other and they walked right past me. I mean, they didn't say anything and I didn't say anything. The night before, there was a formal. We had people over. We were playing flip cup, drinking games, and then we went to our formal event. Everybody went in the house. We all were together that night, and then we all went to the football game, like I said earlier. I didn't wake up until about, I don't know, 10:30, 11. Then again, I was on my phone, made a couple phone calls, and we all had plans to hang out. So people started coming over. Then I heard someone screaming and someone saying to call 911. So I came out of my room, and as I was about to call 911, that's when I saw the best friend standing over Ethan. I mean, like, what would you, if you read that, then you're gonna have to say, like, okay, you're gonna go over the statement with them. You're gonna try to say, like, hey, be specific as you can, but it'd be something like that, right? That'd be Dylan's. Bethany's. I got sick that night. I was throwing up, so I went to sleep. I took Tylenol PMs. And then I even took an Ambien. I don't know if I got food poisoning or what, but I literally did not feel good and I was throwing up in the toilet. Then I took a shower in the morning, left out the front door, went and grabbed some bagels and coffee, and then came back home. I went out the front door, came back in the front door. I never went upstairs, and then I heard the screaming. My bathroom's right next to my room. I did not have a reason to go upstairs. So I took my shower in the downstairs bathroom. Then I left. So there you go. Think about that. What if that's what they wrote? When do you sit down with them, and how many times did you have to like keep talking to them to get like more information out of them? So, anyways, see what you guys think. Oh. I was given an Ambien one time when I was sick, and they said I woke up talking about pink elephants. Yeah. I took an Ambien once. My mom gave me like it was a half of an Ambien, and I thought I was like literally I thought I was roofied. I was at my obviously at my house. It was on one of my college like summers when I was home. And I tried to get up off the couch to like go to my room. And I could I couldn't even stand, couldn't even stand up. So this is how rumors are started, Lana. What rumors? What rumors? No, there's a rumor started. We're talking about what do you think was said? What do you think is going to be said? Like this is what, and then this is going to be in the possession of Discovery. So then this would be given to Ann Taylor and her team. That's the other thing that came out. Talking about, how much money possibly Ann Taylor can make and yada, yada, yada. I mean, $200 an hour for a lawyer to me is dirt cheap. I've never paid $200 an hour for a lawyer. So, besides, like, I don't understand why that's just a big deal to people. Mary is kidding. She didn't know if you were reading actual statements. Oh, no, I'm not reading actual statements. I'm saying, like, what are these people going to say? They write this on their piece of paper, and then they have to be asked about it. Well, how do they know what to ask them right away? They'd have to, like, interview them a couple different times. That's the only way that you could do that. So yeah, Ambien, no joke. I was like, I'll never take that again. I tell my mom, I was like, how do you guys take this stuff? I was like, no wonder why do people go buy roofies? Just give people Ambien. You don't need roofies, just go get an Ambien. And I only took half of a pill. I was like, that was the first time I ever took it. The last time I ever took it. I never took an Ambien again. Ann Taylor was cleared on conflict of interest. Well, that was given. Anybody that was saying otherwise is just, wow. That'd be like any public defender, conflict of interest. Yeah. Anybody that's talking about is that like $200 an hour, guys. That's like what the that's so cheap. You don't want to have any reason why if Brian Colbert is your guy, for him to be able to appeal any of this, like what they weren't getting paid. What type of job are you going to do for $200 an hour when you could be charging X, Y, and Z? But hey, that's a public defender. Well, this is, a capital case. And I just say, like, who cares about that, right? People that are making that a big deal, I think, like, what do you want them to get paid? This isn't just like a public defender being here assigned a case because somebody was criminal trespassing. That's not what this is. Baby mom is so curious. Girl, just Google that stuff. It'll come right up. In fact, we'll move off of that. With the comments, priceless. Those of you guys that are watching the Alec Murdaugh trial with him murdering his son and wife, they're getting into the good stuff of which is the digital evidence, in my opinion. So I'm actually going to be doing a comparison of the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case and Alec's murder trial right now. And I'm going to be using what these expert witnesses, if Sheldon would have had the same thing, Sheldon would not be in prison right now. So it's wild. Like, that type of stuff pisses me off. It's because his lawyers didn't want to go pay an expert witness to do that. Well, that's your job. And then the family couldn't afford more to pay you. That doesn't mean like that comes out of your, like, how much money did the family pay you? That's just going to come out of what the pay is of that. Like, it's just, the state didn't have a digital forensic person. They didn't have, like, what you're seeing in this trial. You talk about money. You want to talk about money? Take a look at this trial and how much money you think is being spent, how much money has been spent. But up over there, actually, I'll grab it. Let me show you guys. There we go. This is a year and a half worth of putting together Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s digital evidence, the same way that guy that's on the stand earlier today in the murder of Maggie and Paul. That's what this is. And so I put it all together in a way to also follow Sheldon's complete, this is off his phone, and to also show that there's transactions missing. So when they went ahead and extracted Sheldon's phone, where are these missing transactions? Why aren't they included in the log extraction? But it also shows things like how many steps you take. So let's go to one flight of steps was climbed here. Steps, 134 steps, distance. So all of this, 82 steps. So I went ahead and went through it all and put it all together to show that this hangs up in an area in my extended office. But I want to show how if you took the digital evidence, that it is impossible, because you mix that stuff with the actual, then I have all the surveillance footage from Franklin Ave at the convenience store of the cars and stuff, of his car. And you take all that and you combine it all together and you put it all together, that it is physically impossible for Sheldon to have murdered Tyreek Pugh and did it all in the time frame that they're alluding to it. So I've been watching very closely these guys talk about what a professional and an expert would get up on the stand and say based on, and so I have a key for everything, like when a phone actually like considers you to stop moving, because it will like say in this 9-minute period you did X, Y, and Z. Well, why didn't it extend to being in the 16-minute period? Like when the phone stops moving, what if you're just driving a little bit, like creeping on a street because you're like looking for somebody? How does that work? So, yeah. So yeah, I put his whole discovery together. I was finished with it. Let's see, June of 2021. I was done with it. I was done with it by the summer of 2022. Yeah. And then to have somebody like Scott Roeder do the reenactment of the crime scene, because Pugh's crime scene where Sheldon was and that where the shell casings were, none of it. It doesn't. I don't know how there was no expert there to talk about any of that in court. I literally, when I see all that's gone into the Murdoch murder trial here, the double murder, it's crazy to me. Because if Sheldon would have gotten 1/4 of what, even what the state's doing, so that you have a chance to argue it the other way. But the state, as far as I'm concerned, with Sheldon Jeter Jr. stuff, couldn't introduce certain things because it could actually hurt their case. And that's what it would have done. But Sheldon's defense team should have been having those type of experts to show how he, in fact, physically with digital evidence, couldn't have committed these crimes. And then you match it to the crime scene, and where the body was and how it was possibly laid there in the middle of the road, things like that. But so that really, really infuriates me because, I don't know if I feel like it infuriates me because I know he's innocent, and I know he's innocent because of the actual facts, the discovery. Not what was presented in trial, but the discovery. There was so much stuff that was not presented in trial. It's because you didn't do your fucking job. Now, how do you do that? Like, how do you not do your job? How do you still have a license? How do you not sit and go through the discovery and see a police officer go and close the door during an interrogation or an interview so that something isn't recorded with your witness? How do you not? What the hell is going on? Those type of things. Those type of things which would have gotten his case completely thrown out. But I'm more interested in, I'm using the trial that's going on right now, taking my notes, learning my stuff, so that the same method can be applied for Sheldon's case. So, yeah, that's what I've been up to. How do you sleep at night? I listen to the podcast Dateline, and I fall asleep. If you guys don't know about what is up there, Bella, what is up there? If you guys don't know about Sheldon's case, I'll be covering. I have a playlist or whatever, but I'm doing a Rachel Del Tondo, Sheldon, Davon Cox. I'm doing a little Aliquippa over the next couple of days. I'll be reminding everybody the unsolved murder of Rachel Del Tondo, where Sheldon was a suspect, person of interest. To this day, nobody's been charged with her homicide. That was in 2018. And then in 2020, I'll show you guys how, with never before seen documents that prove that Sheldon was set up, like ridiculously, for a homicide of one of the family friends, that his family's a bunch of pastors, and they raised Tyreek Pugh and through the church, and that Tyreek Pugh was basically needed in order to frame Sheldon Jeter Jr. because on Tyreek Pugh's identification card, it had the same address as Sheldon Jeter Jr. Even though they didn't live together, he had used this address back in the day because it's Sheldon's grandfather's house. And they needed to be able to beeline it to where Sheldon was at, where he would be living. So that's why they picked Tyreek Pugh, in my opinion, to be able to frame him. So they could beeline it there to give a quote unquote death notice. So they could come across a quote unquote SUV that was sitting in the parking lot. It's corrupt as fuck, but all it would have taken is to do your job, that you were getting paid very, very well. I didn't get paid $1 and destroyed and went through the discovery, which was hundreds of pages, hours upon hours of surveillance video. Hours. So put it all together, and I'm going to start releasing it. I'm going to start releasing all the stuff, and it'll show exactly what Beaver County is all about. And it'll show not only what Beaver County is about, but it'll show what Sheldon's attorneys did not do. And like I said, got paid well. So there was no reason for Tyreek Pugh to be gunned down by Sheldon. And but there was every reason for other people out there to try to get Sheldon on a homicide so they can come back to the Rachel Del Tondo case. And once he's been labeled a murder once, now you can go ahead and a jury would be able to find him guilty of killing Rachel. If the phone records were to come out in Rachel Del Tondo's homicide, a lot of people's lives would change. A lot of people in powerful positions would be affected if that happened. So that's another reason why Rachel's case can't go, in my opinion, to trial, because of Rachel Del Tondo's digital footprint. People that were calling her, people that were trying to get with her. Beautiful girl. So, yeah. I sure do. I run a nonprofit organization called Fight for a Family. You should join it. So, Rachel wasn't married. Rachel had an ex-fiance. So when I was able to pull out all of his stuff, his financials, Rachel knew a lot, but not as much as these people thought, to the point that they thought that Rachel was going to speak to some grand jury. And that's because that town just talks and talks and talks, and they talk out of their ass. And it got her killed because it put the fear of God in people. And then people went ahead and silenced Rachel Del Tondo. And Sheldon had no reason to kill Rachel Del Tondo, just like he had no reason to kill Tyreek Pugh. You know what's crazy is, I don't know why his defense team, they had his phone and all the records that they obviously extracted from it. And I have all of his GPS markings for like a whole 2 years prior to the murder. Or maybe it was just a year. It was whenever he got that new iPhone that Sheldon got. And he's never even over in this area, like ever once before. His GPS never connected to these points before. And going up and hanging up at this house and stuff like that. So talk about premeditated murder and things like that. Sheldon was going to drop off gout medicine that was asked of him to bring to this location, not once, but twice. And the reason they had to ask him to come twice is because they weren't ready. Because he didn't give him the warning. Somebody said, hey, we'll make sure you call before you, let me know when you're on your way. Message me when you get here. Sheldon never did it the first time. What he did is, after he left, he said, hey, I had left the medicine on the, with the kids up on the thing, the mantle. So he had left, and I can prove it with the digitals, because his cousin said that he came inside the home and that she actually talked to him when she met with police. Well, guess what the digitals say? Sheldon Jeter Jr. never walked up a flight of stairs during his first trip over there to take the medicine. So how could he walk up the stairs in your house and talk to you through a bathroom door and his phone not register that? But it registered like the steps that he took to walk up to the front door and back. 48 steps the first time. And I said to myself, how in the hell did the defense not catch this, to the fact that they let this woman testify like this on the stand? That Sheldon came upstairs and talked through the door and brought the medicine, and he didn't go up the set of flat. He didn't. What are you doing? He didn't. None of that happened. None of that happened. Oh yeah, I've been on a couple of the NBC, ABC. It's called Sunset Secrets. It's my series on here. That's the first case that I took on once starting to fight for wrongfully convicted people. The first person I tried to help, or people with parents of Chris Watts. But the first person to help that I believe was wrongfully convicted, Sheldon Jeter Jr. And I do believe that my work will be used during a second trial, and that I do believe that he will be exonerated. And cross your fingers, Scott Roeder, to do the reenactment of the crime scene. So it'll be very, very interesting how it plays out politically, because it's election year. So you're damn right, I'm coming strong. It's election year. Beaver County needs a new DA. Who's ever running against this man? David Lozier. I'll be looking into it, and I will be campaigning like a mofo for that person. But this is my passion. My passion is, I believe I got some talents, and I pay attention to things. I'll do the work. I'll put it together. I'll put a nice presentation together. I'll make sure that you have everything. that you need. And unfortunately, this stuff takes so much time. Like, and Sheldon's had to sit there. He's been in prison. Well, he was in county jail, obviously, the day that they arrested him, which was less than 24 hours. There was no even time to investigate this case, and they already arrested him for the murder of Tyreek Pugh in less than 24 hours. I can already prove police corruption with it, police lying in statements, police not possibly a Brady violation, if not a couple. But if somebody would have taken the discovery and done their job, he wouldn't be sitting in prison right now. And so, it's sad. It's sad because there's a lot of people out there like Sheldon. And I blame his attorneys. And I question what the hell the jury was doing when they were there, but I blame his attorneys. Horrible. It's horrible. Let's see. I think I have a clip here I can show you.
A convicted killer will not be getting a new trial. A Beaver County judge denied Sheldon Jeter's request for a new trial or new evidence hearing. Earlier this year, Jeter was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for killing his friend and roommate Tyreek Pugh. Jeter is also a key figure in the unsolved and unrelated murder of Rachel Del Tondo.
The opening statements are set to begin in the trial of Sheldon Jeter Jr. for the murder of Tyreek Pugh just last year. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us. And we welcome those of you watching us on CBSN Pittsburgh. I'm Lindsay Ward. The high-profile case has prompted extra security at the courthouse, and our Andy Sheehan has the latest for us this afternoon.
The criminal homicide trial of Sheldon Jeter begins in earnest today here at the Beaver County Courthouse. A jury of 12 jurors and 4 alternates has been seated. Judge Kim Tesla has charged the jury, and we're anticipating opening statements by the prosecution and the defense. Jeter is charged in the shooting death of Tyreek Pugh, who was found dead on an Aliquippa street in May of 2020. The prosecution is expected to produce surveillance video of Jeter's car pulling away from the scene, and investigators say they recovered a Glock from underneath Jeter's bed, matching shell casings at the scene.
Okay, so guess what? They didn't take the mattress. Why wouldn't you take the mattress? He has a gun on him, right? Is what they allege. He has a gun on him, and he shoots his friend. He was not his roommate because he didn't live there, but whatever. They want to go with that narrative because it's important. He lived with a white family, Tyreek Pugh did. One of his best friends, Brandon, who actually lost his life to his battle with addiction recently, and so my heart actually goes out. His poor mom has been through so much these past 2 years. Tyreek Pugh lived with his friend Brandon's mom over in a different house in Aliquippa, and just never changed his license. So his license reflected this address, but she supposedly shot him 7 times with this Glock, a Glock that he had just purchased 6 weeks prior to the murder. And he put the Glock, when he came back home, allegedly, underneath his mat, like in between his mattress and his box spring. Well, do you know how much it would be the transfer of the residue from the gun onto the mattress? So why wouldn't the mattress be taken in? Why wouldn't you cut out around or even bring them? I mean, why wouldn't that be taken in and be tested? They tested Sheldon's hands. Nothing for gunpowder. Nothing was on his hands. And guess when they tested him? They tested him at 3:00 in the morning. So this happened at 11:30 at night. 11:30 p.m. and they tested him. I'm sorry, they tested him at 4 a.m. His shoes, they were able to get in. They had a search warrant the next day, got all of his clothing, got his shoes, had his, because they said this happened on the road, in the middle of the road that he basically told his buddy Tyreek to get out of the car and just shot him. Nothing was like, no splatter, no nothing on any of the tires of the vehicle.
Jeter came to national attention 3 years ago as a possible suspect in the murder of Rachel Del Tondo. Investigators searched his house, confiscated his cell phone, and as we've reported, have presented evidence against him before a grand jury investigating that homicide. We'll have those opening statements and more on this trial in our later newscast. For now, at the Beaver County Courthouse, Andy Sheehan, KDKA News.
The opening statements are set to begin in the trial of Sheldon Jeter Jr. for the murder of Tyreek. The opening statements are.
A convicted killer will not be getting a new trial. A Beaver County judge denied Sheldon Jeter's request for a new trial or new evidence hearing. Earlier this year, Jeter was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for.
Hello. Good evening, and sorry for the switch up here.
One 10847. Today's date, May 16th, 2020. Time is 0124 hours and 124 a.m.
Welcome to. Okay, so I put this together and started a podcast over with it. So I want to show you guys a couple of the.
Well, I started out, well, since I came here, that it's all driving. I guess you needed, and as I was waiting for that, to be honest with you.
Listen to this. Listen to the guy that called 911. Listen to his interview in the car.
And who moved the vehicle?
One of the officers down there.
Listen to this.
So I immediately called.
Okay.
I had to call him.
I'll put this in the beginning here.
No, get in my head.
License. I'm staying with my parents. What address is that? 853 Reno Street. Okay. Rochester, PA. So why were you coming to Aliquippa over this location? Because I was actually gonna go and chill, hang out, whatever you want to call it, with my buddies over there. The one is Preston, he's in the purple car, and the other one standing outside the police line is Gene. That's his father. Okay, so Preston and Gene live over here? Yes. Okay. They live, it's 103. Were you at home?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of walk me through what happens.
Okay.
Listen to
Now,
this.
my son and I just got back from Sharon, PA.
Okay.
About 11:30. And my wife had eaten dinner, got in her shower, and was going to bed.
Okay.
My son and I stepped out on the porch, and it was, ballpark figure around midnight. And we heard multiple shots. I mean, it sounded like about 10 of them.
Yeah.
51, and then right up here.
Could you sense like what direction they were coming from, or?
I was thinking in my head it had to be between 11:35 and 11:40. Well, it turns out I called police at 11:39.
11:39. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anybody else at the scene whenever you got here?
No.
When you were coming up the street, did you see anybody walking away? Did you pass any other cars?
No.
Okay.
No. There was nobody. I just expected to come like every other night, come right around the bend, or go up and go home. That's it. You know.
Okay.
very much surprised me to see somebody laying in the road. What did he do? I thought, well, maybe it's wet. He could have slipped and hit his head. He could have been drunk, or he might have got hit by a car. I couldn't tell, but I have this little flashlight I take out of my pocket, and I said, "Oh shucks, he's bleeding." But when I looked closer, it was like blood was running out of his ear. I tapped on a leg like that, so I immediately called.
Okay.
I had to call him. I called apparently Aliquippa down here within about 30 seconds of getting out of my van.
Okay. So, I mean, basically, where your van's parked at right now, just past the body, is that where you stopped at? Did you move the car at all after?
They did, yeah. They moved it up.
Who did?
When I came in, my lights hit him. As soon as I did,
These cops moved his car. These cops moved his van. You can't make this shit up. So he's driving. He thinks that he got hit by a car. He's telling you what he's thinking, right? Well, I uncovered that this guy was not standing over the body when he called 911. This was never brought up in court. He was actually 6 miles away, 10 to 12, 13 minutes away. He was not standing over the body. But these cops moved his van. But check this out. See this little patch right here you're going to see? It's right there. That white patch. That's where his van was. And then the cops, that's why it was raining. But obviously the van was there before the rain came. And it wasn't raining hard. It was just, just this light, Midwest, shitty ass, annoying little rain. But his van was parked there. And the only way that you have a white spot like that or a dry patch, okay, is if your car is there before it starts to rain. Okay.
whip it down here within about 30 seconds of getting out of my van.
Okay. So, I mean, basically, where your van's parked at right now, just past the body, is that where you stopped at? Did you move the car at all after?
They did, yeah. They moved it up.
Who did?
When I came in, my lights hit him. As soon as that hit him, I went across the enough in case traffic came down the hill so nobody could run him over.
And who moved the vehicle?
One of the officers down there.
Okay.
They asked me if they could. I said, sure.
All right.
Why the fuck would an officer ask to move somebody's vehicle? The person that's talking right now, he's the 911 caller. He waited there at the scene. There's his van. The Aliquippa cops were there within 30 seconds. They don't show up 30 seconds. I mean, that's insanity in itself. But so it's dry. The pavement is dry, and that's why there's that white patch, because this vehicle, this van, allegedly, that he was driving, was parked there. And he said that he parked it up past the body so that nobody could come down the hill and hit him after he had called 911. Okay. So he moves his car or his van, and then the cops get there, and the cops are like, "Can we move your vehicle?" What? And he's like, "Well, yeah, sure." So they get in the vehicle. He doesn't move it. The cop gets in the van and moves this alleged van. Now, Joe right here, Richard, he's the 911 caller, and they label him as witness number 2. Now.
So you see the body, pull your car into the middle of the road, you get out, you went over, you said you nudged his leg to see if he'd wake up.
Well, I said, "Oh no, this is bad." I go, "What?" So he wasn't moving, he wasn't saying anything, and I walked beyond, and I just tapped him on his right leg, like that. And I hadn't even noticed all the blood on the road. I thought that was just like water.
Okay.
So I shine the light on. I go, "Oh no, It was thick.
Yeah.
So when I called, I said, I really think he's dead, to be honest with you, because it's just too much damage.
Yeah. And while you were down there,
That's not what he said. I have the 911 call. I'll play the 911 call for you. In the 911 call, he says that he thinks that it was a hit and run, that somebody hit him with a vehicle. Okay. That's what he says. Even though he's standing over the body that has 6 shots to the head and a 7th in the side. You got hit by a vehicle, but you're standing over a body that has 6 gunshot wounds in someone's head. But you're telling the police that you think that this man was hit by a vehicle? Okay.
other than his leg, did you touch anything else?
No.
Did you move any of his clothing? Nothing like that?
Nothing.
Okay. And it looks like there might be a cell phone next to the body. Did you touch that at all?
No.
That or
I
anything?
saw that.
That's where it was sitting at?
It was laying just like that, face down in the.
It's not a cell phone. It's a battery pack. It's not a cell phone. It's a battery pack.
The river there of blood.
All right. And how long do you think it was until the other gentleman showed up here?
I would have to say, after I called the police, he showed up probably. The car came around the bend about 30 seconds after I hung up with the police.
30
So
seconds.
A very short call.
30 seconds. You guys, 30 seconds. And this is accurate, 30 seconds. Okay. So I said to myself, okay, I want to see the bottom of this car. I want to see the bottom of this vehicle. I want to see the bottom of it. That vehicle, it should be dry under it too, wouldn't it? Well, no. I want to see the cops' vehicles. Were the cops' vehicles, were they dry underneath it too? Or they should be wet, right? No, they should be dry. No, they should be wet. No, they should be dry. Well, how soon were they there? What time did it start raining? So all this would come into play. When we see that, it's a big white patch. And then they move the vehicle. And you can still see that it's white, some of it. Well, would you be damned? Would you be damned? What if I told you that it was wet underneath the third witness card? Check this out.
And as I was waiting for somebody to come, they said they wouldn't be long. And this car came around, and I was flagging my light at him so he wouldn't maybe try to get around my van.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, we know about it. Because the other guy said he drove up the hill to his friends and then he said, we got to go back to see if he's dead.
This is the vehicle that came back, that already passed him the one time, saw him dead, but just left because he was scared or something. Wait till you hear that. It's all in episode 1 here. So I put this all together. Each episode's, 50 some minutes. Started getting death threats. Check it out.
Because he thought the guy was dead.
Okay.
Guy laying on the road. I did not. I thought he got hit by a car.
What?
And who was the one that was saying that to you, that he already went past it once?
The one that already went past it is a red-bearded.
The red-bearded one. Okay. So that's his vehicle, as far as you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said it was. He said it was. I didn't realize. I thought when he said he ran up the hill, I thought he was on foot.
Okay.
But no, it was his car. He just shot up the hill for, I guess he needed more eyes or something. Maybe he was scared of the dark. I had no idea.
Okay. But he basically just said that he saw it, ran up there, got his buddies, and they came back. So all three of them showed back
yes,
up.
because.
Check this out. Look at this.
The hill for, I guess he needed more eyes or something. Maybe he was scared of the dark. I had no idea.
Okay.
Okay. this is above the body. This is above the body, what you're seeing right here. It's above the body.
He basically just said that he saw it, ran up there, got his buddies, and they came back. So all three of them
Right.
That's above the body. Off now over here, there's 3 shell casings just all in the same area right over here.
back
Yes,
up.
because when I was trying to slow them down, make sure they didn't run them over, they said, "Nah, we already know." He
1 shell
told
casing in the
us.
middle.
Okay. And when they got on scene, did they touch anything? Did they check the
Do you see over here to the bottom left? You could see like that white patch if you look to the bottom left. Over here to the bottom left, you could see like that white patch. See how it's dark? Okay. Now, underneath this car, SUV rather, it's wet underneath that. Okay. But you can see over here to the bottom of your screen, you can see where that patch is. Okay. Even if it's in this darkness. Okay. So there's that. And then, all right. So, and then when I just want to let this end play out.
body?
No,
No, they never got close to it at all.
they did not.
Okay.
Because where I was standing when I stopped them, that's as far as they went,
Okay.
and I was uphill from the body.
Okay. So right here, he says that they did not get close to the body, that I didn't let them go past where he stopped them, where his van was. He said, I didn't let them go past him. Okay. Well, the other people that were there, that were the witnesses that came down in that SUV, these are the people that heard it happen with gunshot up that live on the hill. They said they heard the gunshots and it was around midnight. He comes down and he's like, yep, went right up to the body. Knew I couldn't help him. He was gone. You could see you could see his head. He had taken straight, woo. Just, now how in the world can you not read and listen to these statements made by these witnesses and not see that they don't fucking match? Woo, this is just so infuriating for me. So I'm gonna get passionate about it.
Did anybody else show up other than paramedics?
Boom. Ready for it? Now this is where the cops are. These are the cop cars down here. Now, the witnesses that came back down in that SUV, they got there before the cops did. Allegedly. Okay. So if it's wet underneath that SUV, it's got to be wet underneath this because it came afterwards. Came after it. The cops' car, they came after that SUV. So if it's dry underneath these cop cars, we got a serious fucking problem. And guess what? It took me a year. It took me a year to have my aha thinking cap moment to be able to put this all together, to say I need to go look at pictures. I need to see these pictures. I need to see because when Tyreek Pugh was shot and his body was laying on the ground, it was dry and you could see it. And they take pictures of it, nothing of which I will show. But underneath, you can see that it is dry because you can see his leg, the way that they're like laying like this. You could see it's dry under where your body covers. Okay. So that means Tyreek Pugh was laying there before it started raining. Okay. Before it started raining, he was dead and he was laying on that ground. Just like that van was there before it started raining. Because it's a dry patch. And would you fucking believe it? That cop car right there, dry underneath it, was there before it started raining. If this is science. This is science. This alone would have, in my opinion, blew up their case because guess what? God worked mysteriously that night and decided to rain. And if it wouldn't have rained, you wouldn't be able to use this. It rained. It began to rain after he was murdered. Okay, the rain came. God basically came, okay? Because without that, I wouldn't be able to use this to prove it scientifically and timeline-wise, that you're able to see that when Sheldon Jeter Jr. gets home at 11:39 p.m. on the surveillance camera that they had across the street, and they put in specifically because of the cops bothering this young man after the Rachel Altando homicide to protect him, okay? He gets home, and it's not raining at 11:39 when he gets home. It's not raining, okay? He lives 3 minutes away. I'm sorry, it's a 6-minute drive. It's a 6-minute drive from this spot to his home, where he is then seen on camera. It's not raining. It's not raining. More importantly, it is wet under the guy SUV that came back, okay? Remember, he said he heard I heard the gunshots at like 10 till midnight. That's when we heard it. And it sounded muffled, like a suppressor was used. So then that's when, their friend then came flying up the hill 10 minutes later and said that he just passed the body. And that, okay, let's go back down to it. And so by the time they got back down to it, this 911 caller who's there allegedly at the body says they just came down literally 30 seconds after I had called 911. None of this adds up. Your timeline is FUC motherfucking Cade, and science helped, because this is not the best of angles because there's another picture, but it is dry underneath that cop car, just like it was dry where that van was parked. This was never brought up in court. Okay? Never mentioned.
Medics and the firefighters, anything like that? Nobody else that you saw?
No. And they got here right quick. I don't think it was as many as 2 minutes.
Cops were there.
2 full minutes. They were probably up
less
here.
than that.
Okay. And have you ever seen him before, the victim?
No.
This just happened in 2020. The trial was in 2021. I sat in the courtroom in June with the family for most of the trial. It's in Pennsylvania, in Beaver County. So I was there for this trial. I didn't have any of this at that time, but I did put in a ton of words to one of his counsel people that texted the whole time while they were in court, which was disgusting. And I just simply told her that if they don't think that this is related to the Rachel Altando case and you plan on representing him as this is an isolated incident, you don't stand a chance, because that's not what this is, number one. And number two, you can show a jury exactly what the hell went down here and why this man would want to be set up and framed. Because it was him, Frank Atropa, or the police that allegedly killed Rachel Altando. It was one of those three main, working parts. It's either blame it on the black kid, blame it on the ex-fiance, or the police. Okay, that's what was happening with the Rachel Altando case at 2018. So when I was there, and I just could not even believe that on cross-examination of these witnesses, the defense asked like 4 questions and then was like, no more further questions. It was just like, you didn't even do your job. Like, you don't have questions to ask because you don't even know what to ask, because you didn't read anything. You didn't read the discovery. You didn't watch all these videos. This is gross. This is so disgusting.
I don't believe I ever have.
How long do you think you've been down in the area?
I think I've been on the street for close to 5 years.
Okay.
Maybe 4 years anyways.
So you work at the airport and then just drive back on the weekends?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I started out, since I came here, that it's all driving, because flights weren't easy. I used to fly back and forth, you know.
Okay.
And, keep a car.
Yeah.
You can hear a pin drop. I mean, in the summertime, kids walk around the block, but I'm on Jones Street, you know.
Mhm.
So I just figured, because there was a guy, his name was Bill, and Bill used to walk up the hill, and I'd always coming around here at 11:30ish. Bill,
He said he worked a double during COVID at the airport and said that he was coming back from the airport from work, and that's when he found the body. Well, once again, this never got brought up in court, which was I went ahead and looked at the 911 call, and I looked and saw where the 911 call originated. And the 911 call originated, and it says it on there because they do the police trace, and it said 1140 Harmony Road, Baden, Pennsylvania, not Keel Street, Aliquippa. So he says he called 911 when he was standing over the body. That's not remotely what the trace back shows. And I was just like, do you think the defense brought this up? No. Those are the first 4 pages of the discovery. Is the 911 call. How do you not see the trace locate? It's right there. It says trace locate. This address is where the 911 call originated. You gotta be fucking kidding me. And then Sheldon and his family agreed and said, we want Lana to look at the discovery. Sheldon said I could look at the discovery, and they wouldn't allow me to look at the discovery. In May, before this trial started in June, on June 1st. Because I told them, I said, something isn't right. What do you mean? We were talking about certain different things. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. I said, the only way I can help you is if I see the discovery. Otherwise, I can't help you. I can tell you exactly where, X, Y, and Z are. But something isn't adding up. Get us a meeting. He got us a meeting. I drove to the lawyer's office. And then they wouldn't allow me to look at the stuff. And this was in May, a month before his trial of 2021. And I said, you cannot, I was like, you need to ask for a continuance. Something isn't right. You need to ask for a continuance immediately. You need to, so sad.
you want to ride? Because he's coming from one of the bars or something.
So then I
Very
show
pleasant man.
where Baden,
He passed
Pennsylvania,
away, so I mean,
Harmony Road is.
Would he jump in? I give him a ride to his house, you know.
And this is the route.
I thought this was one of them, you know.
Yeah.
They just going up the hill. But I mean, my other guy was my neighbor. I knew him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, obviously, you're driving this road pretty often at the same time every night. Have you ever seen anybody else consistently?
Look at how far away this is.
no, but there's seasonally in the summer, it's not uncommon to see somebody walking up and down this hill.
You got to go across the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge.
Say 10:30, 11. But I'm a first shift guy, but on Fridays I work an extra shift.
You go up the hill, and right there's the body.
So I make the extra money.
Yeah.
So on Friday I come up later, and I wasn't surprised to see somebody walking. Perhaps I was surprised to see somebody laying down.
Okay.
And my first thought was, the son of a gun's probably drunk and he's sleeping on the road. And I thought, well, I knew he was damaged. I go, he must have got hit by a car.
Welcome to Season 3, Sunset Secrets. During this season, all the evidence that eventually ended up at the crime scene that evening. Aliquippa, Pennsylvania is home to about 9,000 residents. And one of those residents, who was a part-time resident living on Jones Street, was the 911 caller the night of May 15th, 2020.
It is in Aliquippa. I wish I knew the name of this road, but when you get off 51, and you go down Franklin, you make your first left and go right up the hill. Right up the hill. Immediate left. Franklin Avenue when you came up 51. That is correct. Okay, what's going on there? It looks like a man got hit by a car. He's not in good shape. I don't even know if he's alive. Okay, you're right there in that sharp bend? Yes. Yes, there's blood all over the road. It's thick and clotting. I don't think he's alive. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm still here. We're getting everybody sent up there. Can I have your name, please? Joseph Richardson. Fire at 46 Gill Street, 246 Gill. You said the sharp bend by Gill Street Hill. A male down on the ground appears to be struck by a vehicle.
Okay, check this out. He never says where he's at when he did this. Listen to the guy tell him where it's at. The dispatch. Listen to the part where he talks about where he's going or where this is located. Keel Street is very long. Keel Street is very long.
Immediate left off the top of Franklin Avenue when you came up 51. That is correct. Okay, what's going on there? It looks like a man got hit by a car. He's not in good shape. I don't even know if he's alive. Okay, you're right there in that sharp bend? Yes. Yes.
You're right there in that short bend? Wait, what? Dude, Keel Street it winds up. You could be so many places. You could be so many places on this street. You're right there in the short bend. Wait, what? You would say, where are you on Keel Street? I can't even.
There's blood all over the road. It's thick and clotting. I don't think he's alive. Are you still there? Yeah, I'm still here. We're getting everybody sent up there. Can I have your name, please? Joseph Richardson. Fire at 46 Gill Street, 246 Gill. You said the sharp bend by Gill Street Hill. A male down on the ground appears to be struck by a vehicle. Unresponsive, severe bleeding. Copy, Connie.
So take a look right here. On May 15th at 11:39 p.m., the 911 caller, Joe Richardson, places a phone call from his cell phone. This would trace back, okay? Joe Richardson's cell phone would trace back at the location of Harmony Road, what I just showed you, 1140 Harmony Road. Nowhere near this, okay? Baden, Pennsylvania. At 11:41 in 47 seconds, dispatch. At 11:42 in 10 seconds, Officer Bitts arrives. Get the fuck out. And guess what I did? I went through 15 hours. I went through 15 hours of video surveillance. There's a convenience store that's right there on the corner. And this convenience store has 16 to 26 cameras. And this convenience store has one of the cameras face right out the front door, and you can actually see the road across the street and the hill leading up to across the street from this convenience store. And lo and behold, guess whose vehicle I was able to spot? Officer Bitts. And no lights on, no siren, no nothing. Trial 2 is about to be lit as fuck. Again, there was only 2 officers that responded from Aliquippa. That would be Bits, the 509 badge, and then Trello, the 508 badge. They were the only 2 dispatched. They arrived on scene. But when PSP and the first 2 arrivals for PSP arrive, let's take a look at their report of when they arrive, because that's what begins the crime scene log. Trooper Trombetta, May 16th, 2020. See how there was a 1 first before there was a 06? It was 0010. They changed this to 0006. Okay. 000 and then a 6th. It was 0010. And then he changed it. 0006. I stopped it so you guys can see that. Okay. The crime scene log. It should also be noted that the 911 caller stated that within 2 minutes, they were there really quick. Within 2 minutes, there was, somebody there, an officer there. Well, according to the reports, Officer Bitts was there within 30 seconds. Pennsylvania State Police, better known to everybody as PSP in Aliquippa, PSP has to take over all major investigations due to the fact that Aliquippa, Pennsylvania's police department, Aliquippa PD, has been suspended. They're under probation. They are not allowed to be doing any major crimes alone. That is something that happened before the Rachel Del Tondo case in 2018, and it has continued on. Aliquippa Police Department has always been under the scrutiny of corruption. And this case would be no different. Officer, or I should say Trooper Trombetta, would be the first PSP arriving officer on scene that evening, and he arrived with Trooper Smith. They were dispatched to the area of 246 Keel Street to assist with a deceased male in the roadway. Upon arrival on scene, a report done by Trombetta. Okay, I'll fast forward here. They put the witnesses in because they were inside the tape, but they said they left and they were gone by 12:16. Or yeah. Then take a look at this though. Alex Bitts, C2342. C2342. Trello, 2343. Oh, Andrew Galletti, 2343. You guys aren't going to believe this. Mofo wasn't even working that night. He was not dispatched. He was not working. This convenience store on Franklin Avenue, as well as the names of everybody that went inside that yellow tape. After Sheldon's trial, I took a glance at that, and I noticed Andrew Galletti, police officer of Aliquippa, Pennsylvania Department, Aliquippa PD, 11:43, was inside and at the crime scene at 11:43. That is when Alex Bitts, as well as Trillo, that's the time that they say that they are arriving. The only problem is that Andrew Galletti was not dispatched. How was Andrew Galletti, police officer for Aliquippa Department, as well as Bitts and Trello, how is he now part of the PD that's inside that tape? and noting that he was there at 11:43 p.m. within 1 minute of Officer Bitts, at the same time as Trello, but within a minute or two of the 911 call. Further look into the crime scene log entry, it would become apparent that Police Chief Lang was there at the same time as Trombetta, both marking down that they were there at 12:06. Scratching out 0010 to put in 0006. Like, who doesn't look at their, what is your time? Does your phone say? Look at that handwriting. That handwriting is the same. He's all the way at the bottom of this page. And then Trooper Daniel Smith being marked down at first at 12:10 a.m., which got switched to 12:06. But Trooper Daniel Smith's name isn't till all the way at the bottom of page 1. And also, Trooper Daniel Smith had put down 0010, which is 12:10, only for that to be crossed off and added as 0006. Also, Chief Lane had 00, a weird 0, and then a weird 6. I mean, get the fuck as it looks like it was written over again because it was a different number. Lion. And then Cheaters. Trooper Trombetta, when you look closely here, you're going to be able to see that he also wrote down 0010. For whatever reason, these were changed to 0006. With the big question mark of us, why would Trooper Daniel Smith's name be so far down if he arrived and was one of the first people of PSP? So it would be the first 4 witnesses as they have it. Then it would be there's 3 PD, Aliquippa Police Department. Then they have fire. Then they have the chief from Aliquippa Police Department. Then we start.
Date's May 16th, 2020. Time is 01:14 hours.
Another checklist that you must complete is the crime scene checklist. And this would have been done by Trooper Max DeLuca. The scene is outdoor, located on Keel Street between Highland Avenue and William Street. You're going to be checking different boxes. The arrival time was 2:00 that he put DeLuca when he was doing this. He noted the weather at the scene. The scene was investigated without a search warrant due to it being on a public roadway. I was briefed upon arrival by Sergeant Fanella. The scene was examined for fingerprints, footprints, blood, hair, fibers, and soil. The victim was located on Keel Street in the south travel lane, down the hill travel lane. The victim was laying on his back with his feet pointed downhill. There was no indication that the body had been moved or attempts made to conceal the body. The victim was found on Keel Street. Keel Street is a public roadway and accessible to the general public. The victim has a surgical face mask resting on his chin below his mouth. The mask was consistent with Pennsylvania guidelines. Okay, take a look where all those cops are standing. This is after they moved the SUV then. You guys still see guidelines for citizens in public settings due to the coronavirus pandemic. It is believed the face mask belonged to the victim. There were no signs the body was staged. There was a large amount of blood at the scene. It is unknown if any of the blood can be attributed to the actor or all belongs to the victim. There was no indication of any foreign material being brought to the scene. A firearm was used in the commission of this crime, but no firearms were located at the scene. Brandon was the first person to report seeing the victim's body in the street. The victim had no relationship with Brandon. Again, Keogh Street is a public roadway and maintained by the city of Aliquippa. Therefore, no search warrants were needed. The victim was located on a section of Keogh that had no exterior lighting.
He didn't have a public defender. He paid for
No
his
firearms were located at the scene. 7 spent shell casings were collected from the scene. They
Good, these are
included
just-
4 Federal casings and 3 Winchester casings. No drugs were located at the scene. No writings, no drawings were located at the scene. The extended area.
Okay, so right here, 5, 6, 7, 8, those are shell casings. Off here on the right-hand side of like the right going down the hill, this is like your passenger side, okay? So if you open up the door, if you're the passenger of this vehicle, you'd be getting out and you'd be getting right into this to the right side of the berm of the street. Okay? Not the driver of the vehicle. The driver of the vehicle would be getting out into the basically the middle of the street. Okay? You'd be getting out. These shell casings are all in a cluster right here, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are shell casings of one brand name. So like think about diapers. Think about 4 Huggies, size 6s laying there. Okay, Huggies.
Around the scene was searched. Video surveillance was obtained.
These 3, 2, 3, and 4 in like this line, okay? Think of these as, we'll go with Pampers. 3 different Pampers right there, okay? And same thing, size 6. Now, you got 3 Pampers, you got 4 Huggies. Again, these are way more spread out, and in the middle, and they kind of like trickle down because it is a little bit on an incline. Now,
area around the scene was searched. Video surveillance was obtained from residents and businesses in the area. Where the videos were obtained will be documented in attached homicide action reports. The scene was secured and spectators were prohibited from scene access. Beaver County coroner arrived on scene at about 2 a.m. Refer to the crime scene log entry. No EMS personnel were on scene when I arrived. No firearms were located at the scene. The scene was outdoors and the weather was warm with sporadic rainfall. The temperatures were in the 70s in the evening and dropped to the low 50s overnight. The scene was photographed and documented by PSP FSU unit. Refer to the FSU reports for measurements and distance. All law enforcement material was collected. The scene was released on 5/16 at 3:33 a.m. It should be noted that on the crime scene log, DeLuca arrives at 1:34 a.m. Also, the crime scene checklist was completed in a typed up report not until June 16th, 2020, which would be exactly 1 month after Sheldon Jeter Jr. was arrested. How could Sheldon Jeter Jr. be arrested in less than 24 hours for this homicide when there is no investigation prior to his arrest? And you will see with dates of reports, dates of going to speak with witnesses, But ultimately, it's the dates that surround any type of investigation into this case is where the huge question mark is on how are you arresting somebody without investigating anything? The night of Tyreek Pugh's homicide, Al Qaeda was there. They brought PSP in. They had fire medic and the police department requested the assistance of. Okay, here we go. Check it out. This was the dispatch. This is what we're going to be seeing in the Idaho 4 case. You're going to see this. You're going to see stuff like this, which is, I've showed you guys what it looks like when something gets dispatched. I showed you guys it in the noise complaints. Okay, you're going to have this. And here it is. Trello, boom. 11:41 and 47 seconds. Bits, 11:41 and 47 seconds. Lane, 12:41 and 47 seconds. I'm sorry. Lane. Look at this. 12:14. Dispatch, 12:14. Wait, isn't he the one that changed it from being 0010 to being 0006? He wasn't even dispatched until 12:14. So how is he saying he was on scene at 12:06? Do you see anywhere on that list? Wait, what's his name? Oh, that's right. Andrew Galletti. Do you see Officer Galletti anywhere on that list? Sure don't. Sure don't. You want to know what kind of car Andrew Galletti drives? His personal use vehicle? Was he in his personal use vehicle? This is sick. This is sick. You want to talk about, we're looking for a white Elantra. We're looking for a white truck and stuff like that with the Idaho 4 case. Well, listen to the questions that are asked by these police officers of the witnesses, and they want to know if you've seen things like, did you see any cars? Did you see any cars with any people in them, like parked off to the side or anything? What? Yeah, and then it dawned on me. These motherfuckers are asking questions to see if anybody saw somebody. Like, who can they say they saw prior to this happening? When somebody was driving up the hill, did you see anybody? Did you see anything? Did you see what cars did you see? What cars did you see? This is just straight sick. This is straight sick. So when people say that Sheldon Jr. is so guilty, I laugh. Because it wasn't even a televised trial. So how could anybody say that they think Sheldon Jr. is so guilty? You wouldn't know because none of y'all were there, okay? And, none of y'all were there. He's so guilty. What's so guilty? What evidence have you guys seen? No one's seen shit. Not a damn thing. Oh, Sheldon's killed Rachel Del Tondo. He killed Tyreek Pugh. No, he didn't. He didn't kill either one of those people. Neither one of them did he kill. But better yet, if you're going to say this, why? Well, I'm going to tell you why he's innocent, and I have proof. I can at least tell you that he didn't get a fair trial. That's the very least I can tell you, is that he didn't get a fair trial. He was railroaded. This kid was set up. And the person who put the moves in, somebody who got one hell of a deal. You guys want to know what confidential informants do? You'd be amazed. When you're looking down and you're seeing 40 years federal prison time, and you find out that person hasn't done a damn day, and you want to go and look at somebody let's go take a look at what their report says. Let's see what the statements that they've made. And to just straight up see the stuff that I've seen in this case. And so when people say, Lana, you're wearing a tinfoil hat, you're doing this, you're doing that, it's like, I'm not doing anything like that. And in fact, come to my channel and let me show you, here's documentation. This is in a Sunset Secrets is made like a Dateline, but it goes way deeper than Dateline would. I break it down. I break down the investigation and how I got to where I got to. And this was a inside setup job by the police, I'm alleging, and a family member of Sheldon Jeter Jr.
That's the truth. You want the hardcore facts? That's what I believe. And why I believe it is because this, my investigation, the papers, the documentation, their own words, their own whereabouts, everything. And to see that somebody can literally, like, I got people all in Aliquippa, Ambridge, Beaver County watching this, and you see this, and you guys just sit back and don't do anything. And you know that he was set up. He was set up. We don't have the power as just the citizens and the community of towns to set people up. In the end, we have the ability to be scandalous, try to do people wrong. But in the end, who can really like make something stick or not stick is authorities, because you can either see through the bullshit or you don't. And so when somebody gives you multiple clashing statements that clash within the time frame of when you interviewed them the first time and then the second time, and then that clashes with digital evidence and that clashes with other people's statements, this is just sickening. So it's one thing. I think it's bad. But how did your lawyers don't catch this? And so I want to know, like, because I don't know the answer. Who paid these lawyers? Who paid these lawyers? I mean, they should be disbarred. This is horrible. This is unbelievable. And it's you know who else it's horrible for? Rachel Del Tondo. People out there thinking that Rachel Del Tondo's murderer is this man, and they got a murderer off the streets. No, you didn't. And Rachel Del Tondo she doesn't have justice right now. This wasn't for her, even her case. And if Sheldon was so guilty, and where's this grand jury that you guys speak of for the past year? All I've heard is 2 years is this grand jury. This grand jury is about to indict Sheldon Jeter Jr. The fuck it is. It hasn't, and it won't. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. This is sad. And Sheldon has a big decision coming up. And hopefully he doesn't have to keep waiting. He appealed his direct appeal, so it's just waiting. But yet that young man deserves an evidentiary hearing to show the complete misconduct that took place in that courtroom. And that has nothing to do with any of this stuff. And then he'll be able to introduce all of this stuff under ineffective counsel, because had his attorneys brought up any of this stuff, okay, it would have been a different outcome. That's how they gauge ineffective counsel. But the people that were part of his defense team, they shouldn't be practicing, in my opinion. It's disgusting. But unfortunately, the law, it takes time. It's sad. But these people that did this to this young man, God knows. God knows. And all I can say is thank God it was raining that night. Thank God it decided to thank you, because he'll be able to use that. There's pictures of that crime scene that show that cop's vehicle, clear as day, being dry as F underneath his car. So the cop car's dry. The van that was moved was dry. And it was moved so it couldn't be photographed in the photograph pictures for the crime scene. Can you imagine that? Think about the Idaho 4 case. Well, we're gonna move these stools out of the way, and we're gonna start taking some pictures. We're gonna take all the stools that are in the kitchen. We're going to move them. Now go ahead and take pictures. Sheldon was incarcerated in county. He's been there since the 16th of 2021, May 16th, 2021. I have people, yeah, death threats over this case for me, and people doing what do you call it? People defaming my name over this case. So it's crazy. Sad, super sad. But yeah, you don't see his name there, right? He wasn't dispatched. Okay. So where's Officer Andrew Galletti? Where's he at? Now, what I mean by that is just to, I'll come back to that point, but right here, right there. Nowhere can be found on this. Nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. And then the scene. Listen to this. Rival. There was a silver van parked near. Was deceased and was observed as having multiple gunshot wounds. The Alcoa Police Department requested the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police in the investigation and all the responsibilities of the homicide investigation. So, no mention of Galletti from Aliquippa and no mention of Trello from Aliquippa. McGeary observed the scene on an uphill sharp curve in the roadway of Keel Street. The scene was secured by police tape, police vehicles, and other emergency vehicles. Trooper Trombetta.
So when you said you first saw the body, I think you're not your exact words, but a roundabout way, you said you might have thought the shooter was still there. So did you know?
Photo identification. Charging Sheldon Jeter to see how our investigation led to the arrest of Sheldon Jeter Jr. Listen to this. This would all have happened within 24 hours from the homicide that Sheldon Jeter Jr. was arrested.
Why were you coming to Aliquippa over this location?
Because I was actually going to go and chill, hang out, whatever you want to call it, with my buddies over there. The one is Preston. He's in the purple car, and the other one standing outside the police line is Gene. That's his father.
Okay. So Preston and Gene live over here?
Yes.
Okay.
They live, it's 103 Moreland Street.
Okay. How long have you known Preston and Gene?
Over 10 years.
Okay. So what time do you think you left your house approximately?
Maybe 11:15, somewhere around there, I would say.
Okay.
Because I left my house, stopped at Sheets in Rochester real quick, and then after that, I was on my way over here, took 51 over here, and I got off on the exit right before the hill here.
Right.
Started coming up the hill, saw a body laying on the ground, saw blood. I didn't call 911 right away. I was still worried that, who knows, maybe the shooter could still be in the area. I immediately went up.
Wait, back on up. We have another 911 no caller. You guys. I heard this and I about literally peeled over. I said, wait a second. He sees a body in the road and he immediately thinks he sees a body in the road, sees blood, and he immediately thinks that the shooter is still in the area. How do you, wait a second. The guy that was standing over the body thought that he was hit by a car. The guy that doesn't get out of the car sees a body in the middle of the road, immediately thinks that the shooter is still in the area. Wait, what? Why wouldn't you think that he got hit by a car? Why would you think there'd be a shooter in the area? Did you see a shooter? Did you see somebody shoot him? Is that what, did you see a shooter? Did you see somebody shoot him? I mean, mind you, this interview that was recorded happens, so allegedly, everyone's on scene at 11:45, and this doesn't happen until it's either 12:15 or 1:15. My brain's off.
To Preston and Jean's house.
Did you call them, or you just immediately did you make any calls when you saw the body?
No.
Okay.
I immediately drove up to their house. They were happened to be on the porch. I told them, we got to call 911. There's a body, there's blood. We got in the car. We came back down here. The older gentleman that's in the van, he was already here and already called 911. That's what he told us when we got down here.
So when you said you first saw the body, I think not your exact words, but a roundabout way, you said you might have thought the shooter was still there. So did you know that the guy laying on the road was shot? It looked like he was shot.
It looked like he was shot the way he was laying there. The amount of blood that was just rolling down the road.
Okay. Did you, when you were driving up the hill before you saw the body, did any car pass you going the opposite way?
No.
Was anybody walking going the opposite way?
No.
Did you hear anything like gunshots? Are you familiar with gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So when you drive, see the body, you drive up to Gene and Preston's house. Do you get out of the car and walk up to the porch, or do you yell from your car, hey?
I got out of the car, ran up onto the porch. I told him, there's a body, there's blood. We got to call the police.
Okay.
Guess what I have? I have the surveillance of him getting out of this vehicle. It's far away because it's from the house is 5 or 6 down. But guess what it catches? When you guys get out of a vehicle and you go to lock your vehicle, your lights flash. Beep beep, click click, and your light. It's locking the car, and so your lights make a flash. Your lights flash in the back. If somebody was in such a hurry that they got out of their vehicle, ran up and was like, oh my God, there's a guy in the middle of the road. There's blood. We got to, come on. Who gets out of their car? Oh, wait, let me like lock my car really quick.
So how long do you think after you initially see the body until you come back? Is
Not even 2 minutes.
Not even 2 minutes? Okay.
Then, not even 2 minutes. Check this out. Then they get the surveillance of the house that has this camera to catch this vehicle come up the hill, because at the top of the hill, there's a house that has a camera. And they see that it catches his vehicle. And when he is asked to come and identify his vehicle at the police department, this is where they shut the door and said, oh my God, nope, we can't have this on camera. And they're like, don't pay attention to the times. The times are all messed up on the camera. Don't pay attention to the times. Is this your vehicle? What? What do you mean the times are messed up? Yeah, the camera times are off. So don't pay attention to the time of the camera. Just identify the vehicle. That's what they wanted not to be able to be heard, and a bunch more. And I have all of that. It's, if I haven't shown it, I'll do a night where I show all this shit, but it's sick. What do you mean don't pay attention to the time of the camera? Why is it off? Is it at like midnight? Is it like at 12 or 12:10? God, crazy.
When you first pulled up and saw the body, did you stop and get out, or did you stay in the vehicle?
I stayed in the vehicle. I didn't get out at all.
Did you put your window down or anything to look out? Or
I had the windows down because I was, driving down the highway, getting some, actual air from outside.
No, this is from the police. It's inside the police car.
Coming up and seeing this, when I, drove up the street, like I was saying, to go tell them we had to call the police. Right. I was like, nope, I'm putting the windows up.
Okay. Have you ever seen this gentleman before?
No.
How often do you come over here to Preston and Jean's house?
I actually come over here very often.
Okay. And this is the route you always take?
Mm-hmm. This road always.
Okay. When you're getting off the exit to come up the hill, did you see any cars making a right on the 51 like they're going to go towards Ambridge?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see anybody standing out or along the road
Easy.
or out on the porch down there or anything like that?
Down there at the bottom of the hill?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
The only cars and only people that were standing down there were people actually on the main street of Aliquippa.
Franklin there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
I
can't-
only saw those cars there because they're always there, and
You
I
can't
saw
see those
them
cars.
driving to the exit here.
Do you remember any of those cars? Whether it be colors, shapes, anything like that?
No, they're just they're there often, right there on the main road, Franklin.
Yeah.
Like right where that first building is on your left.
Mm-hmm.
Those cars are always there.
Okay,
Did you
wait
see
for
anybody
this.
standing around or driving those cars? Was anybody in the car? Those cars?
I don't know if anybody was in the cars. They were a little too far away to see through the windows.
Thank you.
But yeah, those are the only cars or people I saw right there on the main drag. I mean, as far as coming up the hill here to where I saw the body, no, there was no.
After Brandon Wexler was interviewed, next up was witness number 3, which was
This is insane.
Gene.
Portland,
How long have you lived there?
about 5-6 years.
Okay. So tonight, or not, I know it's tomorrow technically, but last night, were you at home?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of walk me through what happens.
Okay. Now, my son and I just got back from Sharon, PA.
Okay.
It was about 11:30, and my wife had eaten dinner, got in her shower, and was going to bed.
Okay.
My son and I stepped out on the porch, and it was, ballpark figure around midnight, and we heard multiple shots. I mean, it sounded like about 10 of them.
Could you sense like what direction they were coming from, or?
Well, we knew it was coming from this.
Around midnight. Maybe 10 till, but 10 till to midnight. Now the cops are saying that this happened at 11:35. Between 11:30 and 11:35 p.m.
Direction, but to me it sounded pretty muffled. Okay, I've been in the military, and I fired a lot of guns.
Right.
I don't know if somebody used a suppressor, and I do know that there is somebody in the neighborhood that does have one.
Who's that?
Well, I don't want to give the name because I don't want to end up like that guy.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean,
I will say he lives up here on Shaw Street. Okay, I'll give you his first name. That's all I know, and his name is Mike. I even have a picture of the weapon.
Mike.
That
is Mike a white or black guy?
He's a black guy. I was drinking vodka with him, and he showed me this gun.
You weren't drinking vodka with him tonight, were you?
No,
okay.
No.
Containing car 2, old radio.
But wrong one.
Hey, do you guys think Mike was interviewed? Because he wasn't. What the fuck? Mike was never interviewed. Mike was never interviewed. Wait a second. Not only was he never interviewed, but a vehicle that belonged to his wife was seen on the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge at 11 motherfucking 35, traveling back. I haven't released that yet. I haven't released that big part of the puzzle. And they had it. They had her name. They had everything. They knew who it was. They didn't. They had a list of 22 people that are coming over this bridge at that time. And they just slyly just step on over that. And the defense doesn't do a damn thing about it either. And I'm like, y'all suck titties.
And to me, this is what it sounded like was
He has 2 homes.
How old do you think Mike is?
Mike has 2 homes.
he's got to be in his 30s or 40s. He's a big guy. And to me, that's what it sounded like.
And Mike sent you this picture? Or?
I was sitting there with him, as you could see, we were drinking, and he handed it to me, let me look at it, and I just took a picture of it. This was a week ago.
All right. If we were to provide your phone number, would you send that to us?
Yes, I would.
All right. We'll get to that. We'll put a pin in that and come back to that later. So you said about midnight you heard multiple shots. They kind of sounded muffled. What happened after?
Now get this, guys. The gun is not even registered to Mike. So when the police did this, they had the because he took a picture of it, so he had the serial number on it. I ran the serial number. It comes back to one of the most prominent names in fucking that area. I'm like, wait a second, is this really happening right now? You have a guy that's not allowed to have guns. He has a gun in his possession. He's not supposed to, I guess. And then if you actually follow the paperwork on that gun and who it actually belonged to, it doesn't belong to him. It belongs to a prominent name in PA. I found out who it is. I have it. What are these people doing? And do I think that Mike has anything to do with it? I have no idea. But all I know is Mike can't have a gun. They know we can't have a gun. They know who Mike is. He just says he's like, and then you have the serial number when you would have run it. It's not even Mike's gun. And you don't think that deserves a knock on the old door? No, and instead, Sheldon Jeter Jr. gets arrested before any of this could ever even been investigated. I put a whole timeline every single day, what every single one of these officers did. I have binders galore right here, in order, typed up, you name it, every report that has ever happened, the whole complete everything put together. Wild.
For that.
Well, about 2 minutes later, he come flying up the road. Well, actually, about 10 minutes later, he come flying up the road, and he's telling us.
That's really important. He says after he hears the gunshots, about 10 minutes later, Brandon Wexler comes flying up the road, and this is the kid that is planning on coming over to their house. He comes flying up the road about 10 minutes after hearing, he says 2, and then he says, okay, well, it's probably, because when you say that, like you have to think to yourself, okay, no, it probably wasn't like 2, it was probably like 10, So now we're even getting more into this timeline, this tight timeline. When I say it's tight, it's because Sheldon Jeter Jr. is seen on camera parking his SUV at 11:41. And he had a drive there. So you got it's 6 minutes. We see him getting out of his vehicle, locking up his SUV, then walking totally normal onto the porch, then into the house, and goes upstairs where his bedroom is.
Call 911. There's a dead body in the road down here.
Would you say he? I know we all
Brandon.
know Brandon.
Brandon, yes. And I said, okay, Brandon, let's go down and see what's going on, see if this guy actually is dead. And sure enough, we pull up and I could see the hole in the guy's forehead. I knew he was gone.
Have you ever seen that guy before?
Wait.
I'm going to tell you, he looks very familiar. Minutes later, he come flying up the road, and he's telling us, call 911. There's a dead body in the road down here.
Would you say he? I know we all
Brandon.
know Brandon.
Brandon, yes. And I said, okay, Brandon, let's go down and see what's going on, see if this guy actually is dead. And sure enough, we pull up and I could see the hole in the guy's forehead. I knew he was gone.
Have you ever?
Wow. So this guy didn't think he got hit by a car. He could see the gun shot in his head.
Seen that guy before?
I'm going to tell you, he looks very familiar. He looks like a guy that used to live up here on Keel Street, and we knew him by the name of Ronnie.
Okay.
And he was a drug dealer.
How long ago did he stop living up here?
About
Wait, this is the best
a
part.
little over a year ago, him and his wife got into it, and I think she kicked him out. She moved out, and he moved down here somewhere. But I haven't seen him for a while. But like I said, that looks just like him.
So when you guys come down the hill here,
This gentleman was already stopped there.
The guy in the van?
Yes.
Do you guys get out of the car and
Yes.
go walk over to the body?
I walked over to the body. I didn't touch anything.
Okay.
I looked over and I seen that he had a hole in his
Get it.
forehead, and I could see it.
Okay, remember what I told you guys? Remember I told you what the 911 caller said? 911 caller, Joe Richardson, who parked his car so that nobody could go past it. Nobody walked past me. They did not go near that body because they didn't pass me. They didn't pass my vehicle. I can't. What the fuck were these attorneys doing? You just press play, you heard one thing, then you press play and you hear the other thing, and you can't tell that that they're totally different. And then you see the 911 caller wasn't even standing over the body. The call trace is over there. You guys see now where I'm getting at this? So the 911 call was placed before, because they had to wait until they saw Sheldon Jeter Jr. come down the hill. As soon as they saw Sheldon Jeter Jr. come down the hill, they knew then that like he'd already like this is sick. I'm so sick.
In the back of his head, where all the blood was draining,
Mhm.
that it was a done deal. There's nothing I could do for it.
Did you or your son call 911 or?
We were going to call, but the man in the van already said that he had called 911.
Okay.
So we just stayed there.
Okay. Well, if we could backtrack just a little bit, after you hear the shots, do you hear any like tires screeching or anything like that? Anybody yelling? Anything?
No.
Okay.
We heard the multiple shots, and that was it. And my son and I both were like, my son looked at me and goes, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "Yeah, I heard that. It was pretty muffled, but I heard that." And we hear shots through here all the time.
Yeah.
So, it didn't really surprise me. I mean, about a week ago, my neighbor from across the street said that he heard somebody let off what sounded like an Uzi back here. So,
right. I understand.
Wait a second. But Joe Richardson, the 911 caller, said it was, oh my God, it's so quiet back here. You can just drop a pin and you can hear it. You got kids playing, ball, walking around, people walking the block. It's so quiet up here. You guys know, like, I deep dived all these people, right? I mean, I know everything about these people. And then he's over here. Yeah, I mean, last week it would sound like what was an Uzi got let off up here. I can't. And all of these witnesses are all white, okay? And this area is not all white, all right? But the witnesses matched the jury pool, which was all white. God. And this dude, he's being honest as can be. Like, he is with it, okay? This my dog right here. This dude talking right now, he knows the truth. He knows what's up. And he ain't messed with his times. Yeah, it was this time. We were coming back from Sharon, PA. We got back around 11:30. Yada, yada, yada. This is what happened. Telling it like it is. Yeah, I don't want to tell on people because I don't want to end up like that dude. You want me to tell on a drug dealer? Mind you, has the name Sheldon Jeter Jr. been mentioned yet by anybody? Nope. This is sick. This is straight up corruption, guys. So what does this have to do with? Well, this is a gentleman, and I say gentleman lightly because he's so young. I mean, God, he's little. He's been dealing with this stuff since the Rachel Daltondo case, 2018. Okay. But this is wild. This is wild. And guess what, guys? It's election season.
Do you know of anybody that has cameras or surveillance video along this road here? Do you know anybody that lives on this road?
Because we
I
need to
don't know
get
anybody that lives on this road.
we need to get to it. We need to get to it first so we can act like it doesn't exist. Okay, that's what happens. I shit you not. That's what happens in this case, and I can prove it. I can prove it. Hey, do you know who has surveillance up here? Because we need to make sure we get this so we can bury it. Ugh. Mm.
But I do know that somebody owned this property here on the corner, and they put all that dirt there because people were constantly dumping mattresses and everything over there. So he may have cameras up there. I do not know, whoever owns it.
So are you talking about when you go around?
As you go around the bend off to the right here,
Yeah.
you'll see a big berm of dirt right there. That whoever owned this property had that dump there.
I've never heard of somebody say, do you know who has cameras around here? Like, we just do our own police. I mean, this isn't outside of his house, guys. This is at the bottom of this hill that there's no houses around. There's none. There's no house. I'll show you guys this area. This is around no houses. This is in the middle of a street that has no houses around it. And he wants to know who has, do you know anybody up here who has surveillance cameras? Because we need to get to them first. Who's got cameras up here? We're gonna need to get those. We're gonna need to get our hands on those. Yeah, you guys, I have to laugh because otherwise I'd cuss. And you know what the sad thing is I don't even think Sheldon, when he gets out, can sue for. I don't think he can sue. Pennsylvania, you know, their Commonwealth state, they got some real great laws over there, but it's not like he's going to be getting, what is it called? Restitution. There ain't no restitution in PA, you know.
So it stopped people from dumping garbage back there.
Okay.
And you don't know who actually owns it?
No.
What about as you're coming up the hill there's a house that's got like basically it's painted on the garage. It says no parking. It's like a red brick house right there down at the bottom of the hill. Do you know who that is?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I've often suspected that they had something to do with the church that's right down here. So
okay. So just to recap.
Let's do that. Let's recap.
The dead gentleman appears to be Ronnie, somebody who you knew as Ronnie, but you're not sure.
Not positive, but he looks almost like him.
And he used to live up on Keel Street.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, who lives on Shaw Street, black male in his 30s or 40s, has that gun with a suppressor on it.
Yes.
Did you see Mike at all tonight?
No. I saw him earlier today. He was in his Jeep that he usually parks up there, him and his wife. He just did a bunch of renovation work and everything up there on his house there on Shaw Street. You can't miss it. I mean, he's got this really nice Jeep sitting there. But
is it like a Jeep Grand Cherokee or like a Jeep Wrangler?
Kind of like a Wrangler, but it looks like a Mad Spider almost. It's one of the newer models.
Okay. What color is it?
It's black.
Anything else distinctive? Does it have like custom wheels or
Yeah, it's got custom tires on it, custom wheels.
You guys, he asks all these questions about Mike's vehicle. He doesn't ever go and talk to Mike. You guys understand that? He doesn't take these notes and doesn't hunt down this vehicle. In fact, I have the damn notes right here. Hold on. And they never interview. They got their van. You guys have no idea. This is some sick shit. I had my one binder here. Let me tell you something. Oh boy. There's some bunny butters in Pennsylvania. Hey, we're gonna go interview Mike, but we're gonna pretend to anyways. But we're gonna go interview Mike here. Let's take a look. See what Mike's got to say. All right. All right. Here is blue for corruption. Everything labeled perfectly. Can't beat it. Let's take a look here. Oh, okay. Here we go. Where is it? I want to get the right interview here. For Richardson. Oh, here we go. My boy Gene. Oh, okay. Now, from this interview, wait, let me see right here at the end.
Got some funky lights on the front of it that super bright, but other than that,
Like a light bar or just like
no, the headlights itself. I mean, they're just weird.
Other than his wife, does he live with? Does he have any kids? Does he live with anybody else?
No, just his wife.
You may have answered this, but where is he living at?
He lives up here on Shaw Street. I don't know the exact address, but you can't miss it. I mean, you can see where he's done a bunch of renovation work on his porch, and he put a brand new retaining wall in the front.
Does Mike work anywhere? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how's he getting all that money to do all that renovation?
Exactly. It's been rumored that he's one of the biggest drug dealers in this area. So I don't cross him.
Okay.
So you know his last name? You
No.
just don't want to, okay.
I don't know his last name.
Okay. Do you know his wife's name?
So when you leave your house, can you see his house from your? Did you see the Jeep out in front?
No, I didn't see the Jeep out front.
Is that the only cars they have?
He's got a Jeep. His wife drives a white vehicle, and he's got a really nice blue street glide, Harley Davidson customized street glide.
Her white vehicle, is it an SUV too, or is it a car?
No, it's a regular car.
You know what? Like, is it a Chevy, Ford, Dodge?
I think it's a Dodge, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you have Mike's phone number?
No. I don't associate with him much. Like I said, I sat and drank with him that one night, and that's about it. We talk on the street every now and then and say, hey, how you doing? You know, that's about as far as it goes.
Okay.
Do you know who he associates with?
Cheers to Mike.
You would know him a little bit better.
I know he associates with my neighbor who got busted a year ago. They raided his house because he was selling drugs.
Who's that?
His name is Chris. I don't know his last name, but he lives right next door to me. He's at 105 Moreland.
This is wild.
Okay.
All right, so here. The following is a synopsis of the interview. For more details, refer to the audio recording attached to this report. Gene continued to relate that he knew someone in the neighborhood with a suppressor on his gun. This individual he knew was Mike. Mike had shown Gene this gun, and Gene took a picture of the gun. Gene later provided us with a picture of the gun. See attached photograph, which I have right here. After hearing the shots approximately 10 minutes, Gene reported that Brandon came flying up the road, and he yelled, "Call 911, there's a body lying in the road, and he's dead." Gene, his son, and Brandon, they got into the vehicle and went back and drove back down to the scene to verify Brandon's story. Gene stated that when he arrived on scene, he saw the victim laying in the road with a gunshot wound to his head. It was immediately apparent that the victim was deceased. There was another individual on the scene who had already called 911. The victim appeared to be a guy who used to live in the neighborhood known as Ronnie. But Gene was not exactly sure, but stated, it looks just like him, but he didn't know. Gene related that he, Brandon, and his son exited the vehicle to check on the victim. However, neither of them touched anything. Now, this is amazing. It should be noted that there has been zero evidence or information to suggest that Mike was involved in this crime. Furthermore, the picture of the gun, I can't even say it with a straight face. Furthermore, the picture of the gun with which Gene provided shows the gun to be a 9mm. It is known that 38 caliber rounds cannot be fired from a 9mm handgun. A working copy of the recording was made and attached to this report. Wait, what did he just say here? It should be noted that there has been zero evidence or information to suggest that Mike was involved in this crime. You didn't even interview him. You didn't interview him. Not only did you not interview him, you had a duty that was assigned to you, Patrick Trooper Thomas, to go and get the footage. From the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge. Okay? You were told on at the scene by your commanding officer to get this handled. On 5/16 at approximately 1 a.m., I was tasked to check the license plate reader located at the Aliquippa Ambridge Bridge for the time frame of this incident. All the vehicles that were traveling southbound on State Route 51 that were captured on the license plate reader were ran and attached to this report. From the period of 5/21/2020 to June 1st, contact was attempted to be made with all registered owners. The following is a list of the registered owners, the type of vehicle they were driving, and which route they took the night of 5/15/2020. And this was the subsequent interview. Ready? Well, let's see how many there are. 21, to be exact. I thought it was 22. 21. This was tasked to him the night of by Miller, the guy in charge. And would you believe it? That I said, I want to go through these and I'm going to know everything there is to know about it. And then I came across the second name. I didn't have to go far. I came across the second name
and it said a Dawn. It's a 2017 GMC Terrain with Pennsylvania plates, and the license plate reader captured 23/11/28. Okay, again, this is southbound, so this is like heading from it's if you're heading south, it's anybody that would have been leaving basically the crime scene. That's going to be considered southbound on 51, according to them. Okay. God knows why we wouldn't want to know anybody that was coming, you know, like just whatever. And I looked at that name and I said, Dawn. I said, wait, Dawn. I said, Dawn. I said, that's Mike's wife's name. I said, that's Mike's wife's name. And it would have been at 11:11 and 28 hours. And it says on June 1st at approximately blank hours, doesn't write the time of the hours, but all these other ones do. Baughter, Boughter, Baughter. He's another investigator in this. And I looked at it and I said, well, why is Baughter doing this? Like, this was assigned to who? How many people were on this? You know? But he makes a note that basically this one, Patrick Thomas did not do. Baughter did. Okay? So he makes that note. And it says, Baughter spoke to Dawn. Dawn reported the following. And then literally has nothing written here. For example, number 1 was Teddy. Teddy drives a black Silverado. Saw it 11:11. On 5/28 at approximately 1600 hours, Trooper McGarry and I made contact with Teddy at his residence. Teddy reported that he traveled east on Franklin Avenue, made a right-hand turn onto Cochran Street, and got onto State Route 51 southbound. Teddy related that he did not see anyone walking, no one drove past him in the opposite direction, and he did not see anyone stopped on Keel Street. So then we go to number 2, Dawn. This one was handled by Baughter. This person reports the following, and then nothing, no description. That's Mike's wife. That's Mike's wife. So one of Mike's vehicles is seen at 11:11. On the license plate reader. And we know what a great job they do. So which way was it traveling on the license plate reader? Was it coming into town? Was it going out of town? Oh, and then what does the guy that basically was on the affidavit to arrest Sheldon Jeter Jr. because he believed that Sheldon wasn't being honest and all this stuff? Baughter. If you watch my series, what Baughter does is he checks out evidence from the evidence room, the locker, and he uses the footage from Two Cousins' camera to actually fill out a report to make it seem like they were at Two Cousins' camera that night obtaining video footage that they said that they were obtaining when they never were because it wasn't open. It's just crazy. Was Dawn at least interviewed? No, but this would be like reason though, like to say that there's nothing to indicate anything. Well, their vehicle was seen on the camera right around the time of the murder. Like, where were they going? When did they come back? Things like that. Just wild. But we don't need to do anything. But anyways, like, so this series is everything about that, and you can go watch it yourself. You can tell me what you think, but it's just wild. Like stuff like this. The sixth person, Amanda, 2013 Dodge Caravan. I cared about that because of the vans. I want to know about these vans. There was a the license plate capture time was 11:22. No listed phone number, so we couldn't talk to her. Because of the fucking police. You have her PA registration. Where's her car registered to? Go to her house. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And then how about this? Like you're the defense, so you see this. You don't know who Dawn is. You didn't look at any of these names to see who these people were. How about this one? How about there's a Laura Richardson, the same last name as the 911 caller. And that was at 11:39. 11:39. That's like at the same time as the 911 call. Jesus. Guess what? Couldn't get in touch with Laura Richardson. Oh, no. They got in touch with Laura Richardson. Trooper McGarry spoke with Laura Richardson via telephone. Richardson related that she traveled through the city of Aliquippa using Franklin Avenue traveling east. She then turned right onto Cochran Street and then got onto State Route 51. She reported that she did not see anyone drive past her in the opposite direction on Cochran Street. She did not see anyone walking or any cars parked on Keel Street. That would be at 11:39. Ernest. They're still looking to talk to Ernest, I guess. They caught his unlicensed. So look, just because a license plate catched you like at 11:39, you have to back up like 2 to 3 minutes, and that puts you in Aliquippa right at the time of the murders. So if the license plate reader would catch you at 11:39, if you back up to where the point would be with Cochran and Keel Street, where that intersection with 51 is, that puts you at the time, like 11:36. That puts you at the time of the murders, allegedly by the cops. 11:36. And this woman says that no, she didn't see anybody drive past her. She didn't see anybody walking, and she didn't see anybody. Do you think that Laura Richardson was called by the defense? Fuck no. Well, why would we do something like that? God. I mean, Jesus. This is just wild. You go knock on the door. Do you think, right? Please, Sarah, open up. Hey, let's go over to Jay's. Let me see something. I think Jay's live right now. We'll do a sneak attack. Let's see.
When does the press respect wishes? They're the most intrusive. Are you kidding me? If they could get the coroner's van and they get the ratings.
Anyways. Let me just let's see if she gets it. Hi, Lana.
Hey, TNT.
Dynamite.
Are you live?
Literally streaming you.
What's up? Are you love bombing me, TNT? I just gave you a shout out
With
a
all
few
the
minutes ago.
peeps.
I'm looking for this bag of shoes.
Literally streaming you with all the peeps in chat.
Where's the bag of tricks?
Surprise.
I mean, Daily Mail always gets the deets. I mean, they got pictures of Michael Jackson's body.
That's because they buy it. Who's selling? Who's buying?
Apparently, the guy with the big stash is from the state police.
Yeah, I can't believe they were just walking out of stuff.
Hi, Jay.
Oh my God. Hello, TNT peeps. Oh my God. We're for real. Like,
we're streaming you.
corroborating.
Corroborate.
Hey, Jay, look. Look.
We're seeing if Dylan's shoes are in a bag right now.
Ugh, I got a stream deck. Who's on deck?
But TNT, we were talking like, why are these guys going in and out? No booties, no gloves.
Wild.
It's being put in the U-Haul.
Well, I think why I think it's the weirdest is because you have all eyes on you. So why aren't you doing stuff like the right way? I don't know.
How did I miss that? Who carried it out? Stash? I don't know. I clearly can't find it. Must have been in the beginning.
Let's do a live call. Hey, TNT peeps from Jay for Justice peeps. I know, is that great? We just love Bomber.
He's hiding his face with the boxes. Who is that guy? He don't want to be on camera.
Oh, thank you.
Smile. You're on candid camera.
Hi, Sky. How are you?
Flashed and said, "Wow."
Is Mod
Pretty
Spot up
far
here
out.
too?
I thought it was pretty far out.
I thought it was pretty far out, man. I'm having
Whose photos are those? Like,
angry
where are those big
pressure.
pictures from?
Oh my God.
Hey, I have a stream deck now. I don't even know how to use it yet, but I got it.
I showed it earlier. I'm not seeing it now, which is weird. All I'm seeing are boxes. One of the stools from the kitchen? That's something that means something to somebody?
God, I'm mad.
Which one?
Weren't these the scissoring stools?
No, that's not one of them.
Why is he taking the stool?
That's not the same one.
What was not his voice? From?
People are going back and forth.
From? What was not whose voice? You said it was not his voice. Who? What up, Thrifty?
Wake up.
There is no date, CC. You won't find it. Keep looking. Oh, it's a vanity stool?
Is that Jason House?
Okay, that I guess. I don't understand taking anything out.
Yeah, me neither.
If Ethan's parents, oh, now the prosecutor's on scene. If Ethan's parents can't get his freaking golf clubs, why are they taking all this stuff out? For what reason?
They want to. They want to give back.
Is
to the
there an
families.
informant and this is their stuff?
No, God.
Make it make sense.
They're trying to show the compassion that they're showing to the families, but it doesn't make any sense because you want to keep the integrity, so it doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
this is breaking my computer.
What is all? They just have shit all boxed up.
Well, that's the other thing is, I could see you needing.
Sorry, I
could
don't
see the
damn
survivors needing their
bag
stuff.
of
Like, I need my
shoes.
underwear. I need
Bag of
my
tricks.
bras. I don't have like my shoes. I need
All
my
right,
stuff.
let's move on. It doesn't seem right.
So, but like,
And he don't like all that
clothes.
press he's coming up to face right now. At all. Okay, let's switch gears. No, we're not
Switch gears, girl.
switching gears yet. I've
Girls
got
day. Let's take calls.
a couple screenshots I want to share
Let's take calls.
before we
everyone.
move on from this. Just ones that I took from the video that are just screenshotted. That I screenshot them. I was like,
that.
ooh, wow, this is kind of weird. Okay, so these are all from the U-Haul video.
Go to the cell phone data. I want us to talk about the cell phone data from the other one.
Sometimes they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. That's the first one. And then the second one is this one, which showed my friends back there that I was just like, who are they and what are they doing?
I don't know. I don't know what to think about those pictures. We're not too interested.
Another source video.
This is why I need 2 monitors. I have 3, but I don't know how to work them yet. I'm just staring at black screens.
Ashley always bringing the sources to the surface.
Hi, Alice.
And they're having a field day arguing online about this. And so I know it's a really important issue. It has to do with conflict of interest. I know we've talked about it before, but I have some breaking news on this tonight. So the issue has been Brian Koberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, right? She showed up and walked into court with him the very first time.
Alice.
She's
Cheers.
very accomplished attorney.
Happy hour.
Holy
Cheers.
cow. She's got some real scores under her belt, right? So she's good. She's also a leader in the public defender's office. So looked like
Her
it was a pretty
beige
good
blouse.
match, especially for a case that was important as this. Could be a death penalty case. I'll repeat, could be a death penalty.
Awesome. Are we going to have a party Friday night with members in your office, Lana? Yes. It was behind the scenes. Yes, behind the scenes, become a member. Behind the scenes party at 5 p.m. I put together some stuff. I'm going to see. I don't even know what I'm doing. So, Lana Lou, your laugh is unforgettable. So was my sex, boo. I was trying to write into Jay's live. I'm not going to play it if I can't type.
Case, you have to have
there we
a
go.
star, but you have to have a clean star, someone who has no conflicts in her past representations. And along came the fact that she had indeed represented the mother of Kara Kernodle, one of the alleged victims of Brian Koberger, her client.
Not stream dick.
And then 2 other parents of the victims. Right? So that, all of a sudden, it's like, it seems so clear. Well, you cannot have represented
Julie being going strong.
the children of parents who are now going to be in that courtroom watching you defend their
Thank you, Julie
child's
Bean.
alleged
Appreciate
killer.
that.
You can't. And yet there's some wiggle room. But with all of the conflagration that happened, it turns out now there has been a meeting. And we have sources close to the prosecution who have told us.
This is where it gets ridiculous. There's been a meeting.
This is
a
where we're
secret
just
meeting
down.
she found out about.
That Ann Taylor has had a meeting with the judge on this exact issue.
It can't be an
the
ex parte.
conflict of
so
interest
it's what
issue.
Everybody would be
Private
there.
meeting behind closed doors, discussing all
With
of the
the
issues.
prosecution?
Likely she was called in to lay out, tell me everything you did with client A, client B, and client C. Tell me everything so that we can exclude the possibility of a conflict. And in this review process,
Well, when the
my source has told me
prosecution be in there.
that it's been
Her
clear.
sources.
La 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 la.
No conflict, according to the judge.
To hell.
So
I don't
is
even know what to
that
say about that.
it?
La la la.
I mean, Kara Northington, Ben Mogan, Corey Hatrock, all parents of the deceased victims in this case, all had Ann Taylor on their
Why?
cases,
Why did she? Why
right?
did they have him? Why don't we talk about that? Why don't we
Why
talk about why?
is this woman? Why are they talking about her like she's so highly regarded? They're talking about her like she's so highly regarded, like they talked about Koberger being so fucking smart and so brilliant.
What you are witnessing is
I do think he's smart. You know, you're not a PhD student if you're not smart. But I just hope that Anne has a good investigator. Without an investigator, without evidence to prove something not true, or whatever thing that they're going to say that X, Y, Z. Hi, Marty. I know that you've had some headaches. I heard that you were feeling ill, headache, fever, and the chills. I came to help restore your luck, 'cause I'm the nurse that likes to. You guys know what that's from? I heard that you were feeling. Yes. Yes. Headache, fevers, and the chills. I came to help restore your luck, 'cause I'm the nurse that likes to. And then the door slams in her face. It's Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yep. One of my top 10s all time. Stand By Me, Ferris Bueller. So hopefully you guys are just driving along in your cars, listening to me on your Bluetooth, singing that song to you.
Real. The participant.
Oh God, what did I do? Oh God, what did I do? Oh God, what did I do? Drop the link.
Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is. I don't know why they pulled her from another county. Like,
Murder.
They couldn't just bring another lawyer in to help. What's his name? Thompson, Santa Claus dude. I mean,
that stuff.
Somebody in Washington with more than 5 brain cells needs to listen to this. Well, maybe asking them to have 5 brain
Bueller.
cells too many. Let's shoot for 3 brain
how
cells.
did
Bueller.
they get a hold of Xana's mom?
And they're having a field day.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Wakos. Let's see. I think she did
Lunch break, everyone. Let's talk. Last meal. Half and half.
Oh God.
So I'm going to show you this wonderful, delicious Wawa sandwich. We got Wawa sandwiches. So we're going to talk about last meal. We're going to talk about inmate, prisoner jail meals, dinners in jail, and all that good stuff. That good yummy stuff. Yes.
God.
Yummy sandwich. We
This
love our
has to-
sandwiches. We love our sandwiches. Let's talk about, we love Wawa. Yes, hungry. But when I got my Wawa sandwich, I'm thinking last meal. Last meal. A prisoner's last meal. You know, a lot of people, I'm going to show you first off. I'm going to just show you. These are,
Whoops.
$12 inch sub.
You guys, I can't. Wow. Cheers, Ann. I got no words today on this video here. I don't even know what to say. I will say this though. Where's the one that I thought was funny? What is this?
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. There's something very fishy going on with the Moscow, Idaho case. Something smells fishy when it comes to this tragedy. And I say that
the link
because a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of contradicting information with this case from the beginning.
I had to share that. I had to share that. Did Jay drop the link? Oh God. I got myself a turkey tom today from what do you call it? Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's. Number 4, please. Hold the tomato. Lay it on the mayo. Add pickles. Um,
and the Spark. Also, they pick up riders anywhere in the Pullman city limits, including stores and bars. Reporting for Murrow News 8, I'm Noelle Anderson.
supposed to be.
Cougar Safe Rides is a volunteer-run program that offers free rides home at night to the WSU community. I spoke with Josh Wagner,
It was so
who
freaky
is the
fast.
supervisor for the program.
But they're 3 Fords. They seat 3 people in the back. You know, we take 3 people per ride.
Cougar Safe Rides
I didn't even know.
operates every night starting at 7 p.m. on the weeknights and 8 p.m. on the weekends.
Oh, this is like the Uber ride stuff.
Okay, I don't know about y'all, but I don't think that I want to do any kind of free rides from anybody there. Okay. No thanks, but no thanks. And I'm wondering if this collab thing didn't work.
I don't know if I can do it. Join streamlabs.com. Use your microphone. Yeah, I'll allow it. Okay.
He looks like. You guys want to watch that again?
Great. Okay, put your name in. Yeah, sure.
All right, here's that link, TNT. Try it. You guys are like, no, don't play it again.
Did it work?
Yeah, some weird stuff. But you know, it almost seems like all this stuff that I stumble upon is like so sus. It seems orchestrated sometimes. It's weird, man.
Why isn't it showing that?
There's just a lot to unpack with this area.
Oh, wait.
Check this out.
21.
This is
Tonight, a former
9 months ago.
Christchurch deacon in Moscow facing a federal charge of possession of child pornography. Alex Lloyd indicted after police say they discovered his iPhone contains graphic images of the illegal material. We want to warn you the content of this report may be disturbing to some. Kaylee W's Jordan Smith joins us in studio with details.
It worked with. Wait, why is my thing black? Yeah, girl, I'm totally hooked. But I'm using my. Is it because I'm on like StreamYard? Like, wait, what are we in? Streamlabs? What's that? Oh. Okay. I wonder if it's. Hold on, let me see something. Can you hear me now? I'm on StreamYard. StreamYard. Share that. I can. Yeah, it shows that like it's like working on my end. Stop. I can see you. Can't believe I can't be seen. Hi, my name is Lana. Hi, my name is Lana. Okay. Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think we did this right. Yeah. These are that they can hear, yeah. Can you guys hear Jay? Or oh, nothing's on my mind, actually. Well, actually, I'm overwhelmed with these monitors at the moment. Yeah, like, how would I be able to do if I was to press play on my end, I wouldn't be able to do that since I'm live with you, right? Like, let me just see something.
Police. For the first time tonight.
What the heck? Hold on.
Oh, you got your setup.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm trying to oh, see, it's
um,
how would I be able to do if I was to press play on my end? I'm trying to like, yeah, do everything. Do sound bites, like do okay. Yeah, yeah, no. Perfect. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I got 2 so I have my laptop and then I got 2 additional monitors, 24 inches apiece. So I'm all monitored up. I got the Stream Deck. I got an additional webcam. I got a dash cam for the car, with the cabin view. What else? I got another external hard drive. I think the thing is like space, like when I'm making all these videos and stuff like that, it's been a lot of it takes a lot of your I got you. Yeah, and it's keeping it all organized too. Naming that shit. Yeah, I have a blue, yeah. Does it sound okay? This one I had though. Making it pop. Oh, cool. Yeah, definitely. We'll do it offline or whatnot. Um, yeah, there's a lot that's happened this week. The shooting over at Michigan State, it's so sad. I mean, senseless. I'm having a beverage for happy hour. I'm having Angry Orchard because I'm just so upset with the police lately. Yeah, it's a hard cider. It's a 2 apples in every bottle cider. So oh, perfect. No. Yes. Sure.
Yeah. I
Oh,
used
yeah. Well, I'm not, close enough to it, but, I don't know enough of it. I just know that
Correct. There's no, I mean, that's really close to the border. Uh, really? Have they released what caused it? Or are they not talking about that part of it yet either? Yeah, I'm curious what caused it. Um, yeah, I'm waiting to hear what. I'm curious to see what they're going to say about it. What caused it? Oh, I think that's a bunch of crap. The letter can't go into that's WSU would that's huge lawsuit. Um, Also just like the facts surrounding it. I would why wouldn't you talk to Brian Kohlberger before he left? To think to like put something like that in the mail that doesn't you don't think that he was fired on the spot? Like when he was called in? Yeah. Unless there was something that it was said like, all right, well, we're gonna go ahead and discuss what's you know, I mean, what the hell happened in I mean, how many weeks was it? He's nothing like that is on his past with issues in any of his schooling with Pennsylvania stuff. Yeah. I yes. I can't I just think it's mm. The gag order is supposed to protect honestly the person that's was arrested. If that's like really what we're trying to do here. Um, I don't know who would ever go out on a YouTube channel and say that they have this letter and go and put that out, um, and wouldn't have police like, hey, you put out some letter, Brian Kohlberger's, like you know what I mean? Like this is a pretty like. Do you think that she was questioned about that? And then what is she just going to say? Well, I can claim I'm a journalist. I do not have to reveal my source. Um, I don't. Maybe one of the janitors that was cleaning it overheard. It's who is. Yeah, I'm protecting the integrity of the case. Well, how they got the sheath though too. That's interesting to me. How they were able to when I say got the sheath, obviously they have the sheath. It would be there's this touch DNA on it, and if anybody knows anything about touch DNA, that's like the most uh, easily diffused. You could just that's nothing. But to me, it's how did they match the touch DNA? You know, the process of that. Um, you're gonna have to take a really good investigator to go through all this discovery, and you're gonna have to match up a lot of dates and look at when they said they were doing X, Y, and Z to see where to because to me there's gonna be
that's not going to equal out, in my opinion. You didn't get Brian Kohlberger from tracking down a white Elantra the way that they're claiming. Again, in my opinion. This is in my opinion. And then if that's the case, there should be hundreds of phone calls to people that owned white Elantras with all the tips that came through. And they were vetting these tips and they were going through, all the people that owned white Elantras, did they get phone calls? And when you see that, Brian Kohlberger didn't even get a phone call when they came up upon his white Elantra on November 29th. So why didn't they call him up and ask him where he was? And yeah, it's just like, why? And then when people say like we don't want to tip him off, well, tip him off from what? Like, what's the point of the whole us providing tips is to do what with them? We don't want to tip people off. Tips. Like we're bringing tips though for you to do what with them? Yeah. What are you doing with the tips? I don't understand. If the tips are supposed to, because then we can dig into something and then we don't let people know. So then I think that gets defeated then in trial when you say, okay, did you call this person? And they say yes, but you didn't call Brian Kohlberger. You get what I'm like? So why was your approach different with this person than with that person? And yeah. Yeah. Oh. Well, I think the most troubling for me is that the police, law enforcement, they were able to ask for the public's help for how many weeks, okay? And ask us to provide tips or whatever. And then here you have Brian Kohlberger, then once he is arrested, it's now his like he doesn't get to ask for help from the public. Like Anne couldn't ask us for help from the public. Like, hey, I'm looking for this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she'd be able to reach the audience of how many people if she's looking for something. Yeah, you get what I mean? Like, and that's kind of how I feel like with for the Delphi case too, with Richard Allen's lawyers, and that's exactly what they argued. They argued that the prosecution has had 6 years to ask for the public's help, and now Richard Allen can't ask for the public's help. And that was and when they said that, that made sense to me because it's just the public now can't help one of its own citizens out. You get what I'm
We
saying?
used to have an orchard in Michigan by us that made their own. It was
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's just the public now can't help one of its own citizens out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got a response on
Right.
one of my public record requests from Holman, and they want some outrageous amount. I think you might have commented
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
I saw that.
But one of them I got denied for, and I didn't post that one. And it's just interesting when you get denied and you go back and you look like, what did I request again? And then you look at it and you're like, how is that part of the investigation? Because it said in there something like, you know, it's being investigated or something. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. But I don't want to put that out there just because, unlike, you know, the news station we just watched, they don't really care about a tight case, right?
Right.
Hey, Octavia. No, we're both live. She says, what's happening here? Is this pre-recorded? I'm confused. I think that April Dawn says, I think the cops got mad because the Gonsalves family is the one who found the grub truck video.
Yeah, I disagree.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of reasons probably why there was some conflict there. And what have they said about, I mean, what are we going off of? He stared. I mean, oh, we saw him in the school cafeteria and he just stared.
What was that? Oh God. I played the fifth on that case. Yeah, I just think fairness across the board. Yeah, I mean they flew there. They flew there. You would think that they'd be interviewing people. The prosecution, I'm sorry, his defense team flew there. His own defense team, I don't think asked them any questions. Was positive. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they didn't take. It was a really awkward situation from what I remember. Like I said, I put that so far out of my brain. Yeah, I think that they should all be called in. That's part of the victimology, 100%. Your family. Yeah, I would wanna know. I mean, especially if you're saying that something was targeted and you're hearing. Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, it's I think there was a lot of I think there was as much as they wanna say that there being this cohesive unit and everyone's working together, I question that now. I question that a lot. Um, so that everybody's on the same page, like ISP, Moscow, FBI, prosecutors, like, you go back and you look at all of this, do I think that everybody's on the same page? Absolutely not. No, I don't. I well, that's what they say, yeah, and, when you have a lot of people, how do you and people are working remotely and people are, you know, in different buildings and stuff like that, how are you briefing everybody? How that's what I mean, like, on the same page as just, like, what's going on? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, college towns are college towns, you know, but there's yeah, but if this doesn't shake your I mean, this is yeah, and I think it probably does. I think it does have it, but not I mean, um, you also, like us being older, like, we think about it differently than the way, like, 19, 20, 21-year-olds and then you hear people say this, "Well, Kaylee would want us to go on and be this way," or, you know, "Ethan would want us to do this," or, you know, then you know, hear people say that and they are like, well, they wouldn't want us not to like live our college, you know, days and nights and stuff like that. I think it's more just about being safe in your surroundings and we all get caught up in our phones and it could put us like not paying attention to something. But if you really look at this situation, I don't think it's one of those situations that somebody wasn't paying attention to their surroundings. I think this was a situation that has a lot to do with something that was going on for a long period of time. Because 4 people being brutally stabbed in their own home while sleeping, what did they do wrong? How are they not paying attention to their surroundings? And I don't agree with that. Now, if you want to talk about your own house rules, and I think that you should, a house lock up at a certain time, and it's at this point, and then you lock your doors, and XYZ happens. But I don't think that any home, not a fraternity, not a sorority, no one's home should be a revolving door, and people can just come in and go out whenever. I think that's very dangerous. Yeah. I've been following the money a lot, Jay. I've been looking at the money a lot. Yeah. That's like I was looking at the money, the prescription pills, things that have been going on in the area, like, in the years leading up to this, because I don't believe this is something just happened overnight. I don't believe this was somebody that was moved from Pennsylvania and happened to land eyes on this house and has no ties to anybody or anything, and picked the rowdiest house in terms of just the X factor. You don't know when that people are sleeping. You don't know when people are going and coming. You have a parking lot full of cars, and you don't know whose cars they are, how many people that were actually in those cars and then in that home. But you're going to be picking a house that is always pumping, and you don't like. There's just that X factor that you don't know. Like, for example, you go into a room and there's 2 people sleeping in that room. You go into this room, there's 2 people sleeping in that room. But the 2 people that are survivors are actually single people, not sleeping with anybody in a room, and they're just totally disregarded. So I've been looking into just, let's go ahead and say that's Brian Kohlberger. Let's go ahead and say, a stalker isolates. He would want like his like one-on-one time. Like that's a pat. Like that's what a profiler would tell you about someone that's a stalker. To say that this person stalked these 4 people and disregarded the other 2. Well, I want to know more about the other 2 as to why they weren't harmed versus why the 4 were. Because that person had the same opportunity, okay, to kill those 2 people. And why didn't they? So when people say, like, why are you talking about, Dylan or Bethany, and the same type of thing, it's a profiler is going to profile the people that were in that home that were murdered, as well as the profiling the people that weren't murdered and why were they spared. And maybe that's a better route to actually look at this. And when you look at it from that way, then you can understand more of like the red flags, because this person had the same opportunity to kill those 2 survivors. And if you ask me, it would have been a more of like a they're in a room by themselves versus they're in a room with another person. What? Oh God. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or yeah, they they weren't targets. So then you want to talk about like, okay, well, what made them not? So you would want to ask them questions like, okay, what are you guys doing differently than they were? So were you involved in a sport? You know what I mean? That you would just go through like, where'd you work? Where'd you normally do this? What were you involved in? And but that's how you'd want to like. Yeah, and I just, why would you even tell the public that? You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to say people are cleared. You don't have to do anything like that. So the safety of, because the people that are being accused online. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah. Well, why not just release the Adam video? Release the Adam video without any words, and Hoodie Guy doesn't even get probably mentioned. After, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think the biggest thing about Hoodie Guy is that, was he there with them when it started? Release, like it's, you see them walking down the road together. Okay, he wasn't, then it doesn't look suspicious in terms of that he was stalking them. It looks more like exactly what it would be, is he's walking down there with us and he was just waiting for us. That's why he didn't order any food. Who goes to a food truck and doesn't order food? That was the big hang up for a lot of people. Like, who goes to a food truck and doesn't order food? He's totally watching them. He's totally standing weird. I know Doc did a couple videos about it when he's showing like, I think I posted a couple of the shots. Do you think that this is Harsh, the guy, the neighbor? Do you think that he was at the food grab truck that night? And so there was like a picture of like, do you think that it was him that was there? I don't know. I just think that you don't need to really kind of say anything if you just release that clip of them walking without any of the video, without any of the audio. You don't have that. Or who cares about what is somebody writing online? Like, what's the, people write stuff all day online. Yeah. I think for me, more so, it's not the hush hush to me. It's the, you don't have to lie. You don't have. Why are you telling? Why are you telling the community that Dylan slept on the first floor when her bedroom's on the second floor? So they went out of their way, is my thing, to, deceive, and you didn't have to. Well, no, they don't. But they tell you, though, they tell you to go to their website to get the facts. Well, if we would have went to their website, we would have had the fact of Dylan and Bethany, their bedrooms were on the first floor and they went down to their bedrooms and they locked the door because people were partying or whatever. And they didn't want to party, and so they went down in there in their bedrooms, and then everybody's saying that they got home at 1, and then but they weren't out together that night, but they both got home at the same time. And then we know that Kaylee and Maddie didn't get home at 1:45, and they kept saying that, Ethan and Xana and Maddie and Kaylee all arrived at 1:45. Yeah, she's like, "Why are you guys can see it right here on this Twitch video. So what's the problem? Why aren't you changing that? Why?" And that would matter to me. I agree all the time, because if you're going to do it there, where else are you not going to do it, Yeah, it does. It makes everything honestly, like, this is what I just keep saying to people. They keep saying this is such a complex case. Listen to those words. So this isn't just some guy that stalked these girls and just sat outside and then walked in one day and murdered 4 of them and left the other 2 because he just wasn't interested in those 2, like a Brian Kohlberger. He had no interest in killing Dylan or Bethany because, so he let those 2 live. But then when you actually hear the story and you're talking about, wait a second, she didn't sleep on the bottom floor, she slept on the floor, and then she saw him, and so he's letting a witness, like, I think a witness in general, if you ask me, like, there's windows in that house. Just because there's nothing to say that this person couldn't have been looking out the window to see you walk out to the back, because Dylan's bedroom has a window in it, and could have, like, recorded. You could have taken your phone and actually recorded him. You could have went to your back window and recorded him walking back to his vehicle, and you would have had him on record, like his phone. Yeah. And they were going to brunch. Like, it was that she thought that it was a person at the party, and that the person was just leaving. Yeah, and when she was getting up out of bed, she was getting up out of bed and was saying stuff, right? "Hey guys, keep it down." Right? Something like that. And it's like, well, that's okay, so once again, that's nowhere in the PCA, but okay, go ahead and throw that in there, and that's fine. Um, but I think that part would be in, because you're talking about that. You would say what you did when you opened up the door. She says, "I opened up the door, I didn't hear anything." Clad in all black with a mask on. I can't wait to find out what time these phone calls are at. Like this, she called and texted people's phones, so I'm very curious to know those times. Because oh yeah, I don't even know what I was saying, Jay. I just Yeah, I've been just looking at the different parts of what is it doing that? Like, motive. I think that somebody has a motive here. I think that there's a motive here. And I know that you don't have to have motive to convict, even though if you want to talk about premeditated murder, premeditation. What was the premeditation? Like, what happened? Because I think that that's important in this case. And if I was on the jury, I'd want to know what was the motive of Brian Kohlberger in this complex case, that it's so complicated that we have to tell little fibs here and there. And then we don't ask, let's just remind ourselves that they knew about this white Elantra for how long before they asked the public to help with this white Elantra. And it was after they found Brian Kohlberger's white Elantra. Like it. Literally reheated my coffee 192 times today. I'm saying that's her pure conjecture. Banfield's putting her conjecture on it, guys. It's no different than a YouTuber doing their conjecture on something. And she wants to say that she has a source. Okay, well, I have a source that says that, XYZ. Because guess what? We don't have to reveal our sources, and we can just say those things, and then nothing happens to us, right? That's what I hate that. I'm not a fan of that. I get protecting. Okay, if you're protecting a source, then it probably shouldn't even be coming out. And I think that I don't think there should be a gag order. I don't see how this is actually protecting Brian Kohlberger. And that's the point of a gag order, is to protect the integrity of this case and the defendant so that he is not prejudged. So sad. The family's choosing not to. I know they're not gagged. I don't believe that they're gagged. That's against your First Amendment rights. They're not gagged. They could be. Can they be put? I think. Mm-hmm. Like. Yeah, yeah, when you're talking about this being a complicated case, it's but this is my point, is what's so complicated if it was just Brian Kohlberger and he was stalking this house and these people, and that he just one night he's a crazy man, right? That's what everybody's saying. He's an incel, he's crazy, he's this, he's that. And I'm just like, that's, if that wouldn't be considered a complex case, you wouldn't be using the words of this as a complex case. What you could say, it would be complex. It's going to be hard for us to prosecute him because we don't have Dick. You could say that. Yeah, like that's what. Yeah, but I believe that in Richard Allen's case, and in Brian Kohlberger's case, putting these gag orders, it really, I think it hurts for his attorneys if they want to ask for help, that they can't, because the public helped, in some type of ways. I'm telling you, in a lot of ways,
But for her to have 1 million web sleuth investigators to dig stuff up, don't you think that would help Ann Taylor? Yeah, it would. Well, because you don't know what's in, like, yeah, she plans on using everything that they have, um, against them. That's what that tells me. That whatever she has, we're Mhm. Yep, that she can explain all these things, and then also like whatever's in that discovery. I mean, we have no idea. Okay, we have no idea what's in that discovery, but whatever's in that discovery, Anne believes it's enough for X, Y, and Z. That she doesn't is not bringing anything more to the table. I I think that you could probably dig up a lot of things. Public defenders have their hands in a lot of things, but I guess you wouldn't want a mistrial for any type of reason. Um, that would be the only thing that I could think of is that you wouldn't want to give something that's going to cost you a ton of money to have to redo this, and cost a ton or more. But I don't. There's no. This is a criminal. This is a criminal case. This is not. There's no. There is no. There is no conflict. There is no conflict. I'm sorry, but it's just in my opinion. But you'd have to say then what? Then basically Brian Kohlberger cannot be defended by the public defender's office. Do you understand that? That means he cannot be defended by the public, period. There's no going and getting another lawyer from the public defender's office to defend Brian Kohlberger from that area. You get what I'm saying? Like it would, because the public defender's office actually had Kara Cornudo's case. Correct. That's what I'm trying to say is and they're gonna maybe their argument is that you need to go to a different county. Well, go and look at those counties. Has she had attorneys in those counties? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what they did in a cup. Can you imagine that though? Like if you're on the jury and you live like if I had to drive to I don't know Cleveland every day, how is that supposed to happen? You better be, yeah, and then all I think about is Pauly Shore. Is that his name? Pauly Shore, whatever his name is. The jury, what's it? The jury duty. Is that the movie The Jury Duty? Yeah, Jury Duty. Where he's extending on this trial so that he can get this. Yeah, he's totally like extending this case on just so he can live in this hotel and eat, meals and stuff. He's a really good litigator. I've been thinking that Anne brought him on. It was like Mhm. I don't I mean, here you two lawyers who hate each other, you guys are gonna you guys are gonna go ahead and defend this dude. Yeah, me too. Because I'm doing a live. Oh my god, I gotta go. I'm I'm doing a members only live. Because we're gonna talk about the cartels. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna talk about Friday night drug slinging. All right. As always, Jay. Thank you. Thank you. What do I just exit this thing? Just leave? Just yeah, we'll talk about my deck. Can I have a okay. Oh, you have one? Okay. Oh, you do so you went ahead and you loaded it up. Your deck is sprung. Oh shoot. Okay. Hey guys, back. So now look at what I can do. Like this. She That's weird. Oh, if I would have joined with Streamlabs, it would have worked. Oh, I screwed up. Let me see.
Mask off. It's all right. See ya. Mask off.
All right, guys. If you guys remember,
Oh, it's always a pleasure
starts.
to have
Starts.
TNT pop in.
See you guys soon.
I am gonna wrap this
It's member
up,
time.
and I will see you guys tomorrow.